All right, we are coming online here. Let's see. Let's see if we get any video. There it is. Okay. Welcome. Um it is New Year's Eve, and we are playing some Magic Realm. We tried to play last night. It went awry. A pretty strong windstorm actually hit. There were trees down and power lines down all over the region, and indeed, we were part of that, and our power was out for the night last night. So I'm behind quite a bit with the holidays, between the holidays, and that I'm behind here. So we are. I was planning on maybe doing some Skyrim or something, but what I'm going to do instead is we're going to finish this Magic Realm game and get it in the books here. So we have our Amazon, Berserker, Swordsman, and White Knight, and we did play the first 2 weeks, and that has been posted. This is week 3. I did make some mistakes as I came back yesterday in preparation for streaming the game. I realized that I obviously had not returned creatures to the. There was 4 and 6 were the 2 rows, and I had not returned creatures, and so I did that. And there you go. Um, so a few mistakes here and there with creatures, especially on those troll and giant. But we're gonna let it ride. But I did pull the trolls back, and we have both the swordsman. I think the swordsman runs out. The Amazon's still in there because she has her snake with her, and she's trying to keep her snake alive. And I think that's sort of where we're at. So I did draw cards for week 3. I got the Lost Crone, a Mage Tower in the caves there, and delivery. So we got ale to the house, to the guard, and to the chapel waiting to be delivered. I feel that helps the barbarian out a little bit because he's the one who ultimately is going to be able to take those, at least the one to the chapel. That's an easy point for him if he can complete his petty larceny here. He will be able to then score by dragging some booze to the chapel. so so let's see where we're at here. So the score is 6-5 to 5-3. Berserker's in last. Amazon and Swordsman are right behind the White Knight. But if you did watch the other one, you'll notice that the Amazon and Swordsman got sort of gummed up here. The Amazon was going for the caves and absolutely got what do you want to say? She absolutely got sort of caught, and pretty dangerous sort of situation. I think where she found herself really worried about. So 2, 4, 6, and 1. I think she's been in. I'm really, really concerned about these goblins more than anything else, and obviously the octopus because that's all the same roll. So another roll of a 3 while she's in the caves mean everything's in there, and then she can't run from the goblin, she can't run from the octopus. It's pretty much certain death. A 3 in the caves for her is pretty bad news. So she has bad cards and she's stuck. So I think the first thing I want to do for her is get her out of here and maybe back into the house to try to turn these cards in. I think that's what we have to do for the Amazon. So her first move would be move to 3. So we'll take an extra move to 3. She will hide and then she will move to the dragons. Oh, having some lag. That ain't good. That makes me nervous. That makes me a little concerned. Let me see where we're at on our end. it's not terrible. Not terrible over here as of yet. Tell me if it resolves or if it continues there, Rob. The Berserker, I think the Berserker, though he's spent 3 days already, he's got to he's got to do the this arson for sure, right? Let's try to get that done. The swordsman also trying to get out of dodge, and I think the swordsman would like to complete Mountain Pilgrim, and to do that, he's got to get out of here. So he ended up, I think, failing a hide and moving into Troll Land, maybe. So, but I was not quite. I sort of vague. I forgot if he had. Yeah, I think he moved in and tried to hide after the. He was trying to hide once he got here. He would move, yeah, and because the way the Amazon and he moved, he got stuck here. So he runs out. So his first move has to be to three. Um, and then, I mean, and then I think he hides in case something bad happens. Now, mind you, the main well, so the good thing is that he will, because he ran out last night. He gets four moves, which is great, I suppose. I am missing a chip for him. There it is. I don't know that he has much to do because I think he's trying to go. I think he's trying to get through that cave to Borderlands 1. I think that is the important thing for him. So I think he goes here and tries to wait it out. This is going to be slow. This is going to take a couple days. So not great. The other thing he could absolutely do is he could try the riddle game, and so he could go move three, move five, hope for the lucky roll, and not get. There's one third chance for him to get dragons or trolls, which is what's going to appear here. Could be bats, but bats are going to appear in two, so it would literally be dragons or trolls. And then try to get through to here. Now, that's a little bit of a circuitous route, but he can actually start making the move. Uh, all caught up. Lost lots of points in 2 weeks. It was a good first couple weeks there. So yeah, I think maybe he goes from here to here. I think he just makes a move to five. So we'll do that instead and try to be a little aggressive points wise since he is close behind in second place. He still wants to ultimately get to the cliff and he wants to get to the ledges because that's going to give him his points. I don't like where the camera's at on me. There we go. Um, and then the White Knight. So his cards suck right now. But having said that, he's going to do a quest phase with the glowing gem and he will sacrifice. So he's going to score sacrifice real quick. Uh then I feel that he will trade with the order. So that's 2 phases there. Do they have anything he might ever buy? Yes, but no. I mean, he would trade, obviously, the giant, powerful war horses or whatever. Yeah, but that's too expensive. He doesn't have that kind of cash. Um, but none of that's any good for him. But yeah, the warhorse would be great, but he's only going to sell for $9. This is going to go away. He's going to sacrifice it, so that's going to burn it. So he'll have $18. He could buy the cheapest horse if he can get it ×1, but that is a hard sell. But otherwise, he has Danger Sense, which allows him to auto alert, which is actually good for the Morning Star. But I mean, I don't know that it's worth a card at the moment. And guide he should just use to get out of the way effectively. So I think he does sacrifice. I think he tries to stay here one day. So I will indeed do. Let's pull 2 higher phases. Maybe we can get lucky there. And then we'll have a squire to come along with us. And looks like we're done. So, let's get it going here. We got quests, or events, I should say. We've got moves written. I'm off tomorrow. He needs to go berserk on some of those cards. Absolutely. All right, so we got dragons. Now, that's interesting because, of course, the dragons are all out and about. I think the swordsman is going to allow the Amazon to go first because he needs to see what happens to her before he does anything. She's going to move, hide, and move. So she moves to 3. She's going to hide. If she blows it, the dragon's going to be on top of her. But she doesn't. And she moves to the dragon. So she is there. The swordsman's just going to wait to the end. The berserker is going to hide, and then he's going to try to conduct his arson. Oh, jeez. Nope, he doesn't hide. He is stuck. Okay. And there you go. The knight. Oh, and he will extra res, by the way. Does a quest phase. Done. So we got some sacrifice, which is nice. So the glowing gem goes away. We score a VP. So that's his 3rd card. And he gets 1 shit and he gets to copy it. And I think there's 2 ways to go with this, actually, strangely enough. And I'm torn. Move age 4 makes him an infinitely better combatant. Back in the West Coast after visiting Philly and eating all the cheesesteaks and hoagies and stuffed shells, and I'm off till the 6th. All right. Good for you, man. I think Berserker needs to go berserk on some of those cards. So the option would be either pick the move. I think we're going to take the move. The move is a much easier choice. If we take the magic chit, that's great. And he could then cast and he could do lots of things. But keep in mind how many rest phases he would have to take every time he casts Make Whole. I'm liking the swordsman. I love the Amazon too much. The Amazon is a favorite. Happy Camper. End a phase at the large campfire. That is not bad. That is a good one, because we know where the large campfire is. So we do our quest phase. We're going to trade with the knights, and we're going to just dump all this for $9. So that's going to give us 9 plus 9. So $18 total. And then, with that in mind, we are going to try to hire our buddy. So remember, we're just friendly because we use the knight's adjustment, but we do take a -1 to this. And let's see if we can get uh, a 3 or less. That's no. That's a 5. Oh, we get an opportunity. So either we can take him for $16, or we can roll an opportunity. So allied table means we still need a 4 to get as good a price. We could get price times 1. I think we just take the $16. I think we just take the $16. And we have 03. I put +1 day in case if I were to do extra days. But yeah, I think we're just going to take him. I think we're gonna hire him. We got him. He's our buddy now. And there you go. That's I think that's going to, now we need to make some money, but we weren't counting on those gold points as of yet anyway. This guy just totally increases our combat power by quite a bit. We also end our day here. And I believe that we're going to turn in Danger Sense now. And one reason for hiring that guy is because it's better than Danger Sense, right? Because it allows us to easily alert. So we get Troll Slayer. That's good. That is a good trade for us. So we have Guide, Troll Slayer, and Happy Camper. I think we can get those 2 points fairly easily. The problem is we know where the trolls are. They're over here and here. And we're going to be heading here real quick to get that point. And so that's a little bit of a backtrack sort of thing going on there. So such is life. And then the swordsman's going to go, and the swordsman is going to go 3, 5. Now the problem is this dragon's going to jump him. Does Berserker just get a serious wound when Berserking and hit from a T hit, or is he dead? I always do serious wound. Technically, the answer is he is dead by rule, but we use serious wound, so he takes a serious wound on a tremendous hit. So unfortunately that means the swordsman has to run again tonight, which is not great. He doesn't have to fatigue to do it, but we are sort of getting blocked every way we run, so that sucks. He's getting chased down by all the creatures here. We do not have a fight this evening. We do have to roll the Berserker on the patrol, who are unfriendly. And they will insult him. So he is insulted. So let's keep that in mind. Insulter. And I suppose that they are the insulters. Does anyone like the patrol? I hate the patrol. I think the Amazon likes the patrol. Yeah, she's okay with the patrol. So they've insulted him. He's gonna take. I mean, he can take the block battle and just run. The thing with the patrol is simply them wounding him to death, pretty much. Is just wounds after wounds after wounds. This is definitely a fight for him with some boys, which maybe that's a thing. Although he did unfortunately spend some money to get a guy who got killed day one, so not super jazzed. He might be able to get two of these guys because although no, maybe not because the next one costs two, so he might be able to get two guys. In which case, maybe you take a shot, try to get rid of these suckers once and for all. I'm gonna take. Let's see, where are we at with the Berserker? He's second in prowess. Actually, he should not be second in prowess. I think he only has 9 now, and the Amazon just scored recently 10, right? So she has 10, he has 9. So yeah, so actually he's lost that point, which makes his score even crappier now, and hers slightly better. So that's where we're at, actually. So I don't think he's super jazzed about it. 50-50. I think we're gonna run out first and go with that. Okay. So that's our day 15. Not a great day for our troops here. Good for the Amazon. The Amazon sees the dragons fly off. So she's going to get to the house without an issue. So she's going to move to the house. She's going to definitely take a rest to get her chip back here. She doesn't hate the soldiers, doesn't love the soldiers. The only problem is she does not also have then a lot of things to do here. So, I mean, it is a little bit of a waste. I tell you what she's going to do instead. Tell you what she's going to do instead. We're going to take this opportunity to hide. Then we are going to take, we're going to hide twice, and then take an extra move to the mage tower and see if we can score the mage tower real quick. Berserker. He's going to move back into the inn. He's going to hide. He's going to search twice. We are going on a week here pretty soon. The swordsman had to get out of dodge again. So his first move is to 3. And then I feel like he just has to hide once. He can hide 3 times because he's actually been out of there, but that's not great. But he's going to end up here for the moment. And then the White Knight is going to just get a move on, I think. And or I think where he's going to go is he's going to go to Deep Woods 1. So he's just going to move. Deep Woods 1. We know what's possibly there. We know what's not there. Done. Does anyone like the patrol? No. Patrol's awful. So there we go. There's day 16. Let's get this going here. What is going to happen on day 16? 5 spiders. All right, cool. And I mean, swordsman can go first if he wants to. Sure, he might as well. He's going to move to 3, and then he will hide. Done. He hides a bunch of times. He is complete. We're going to go back into the end. Berserker is hidden. That's a failure. That is another fail. The Amazon. Gonna hide. Fails, but she does it again. And she succeeds the second time. And so she heads to the Mage Tower. So now she has to roll on the tower. You can see here all the options. What does she roll? She rolls a 5. Quiet. All is quiet, and you may enter. Done. She's going to score the Mage Tower. Oops. Hide, extra move, tower. And she scores it. She's the first one in. That's her 6th point. So she is going to tie it up. And the Mage Tower has been scored. You can learn spells there. You can, and you can rest your magic chits there. Done. He's done. The White Knight goes 1, 2, 3, 4, and he's going to draw this last spider. And that, because I think they don't go in the caves now. They're just mountains. So that is the combat we're going to have tonight. Is this spider? So obviously we're going to play. The knight's going to take it. He's going to play such that his horse will flip to the fast side in the melee step. He will play like that. That's only a heavy spider. We will use one of these chips to ready our weapon to a 3, and then play an H5 over top of it. So we're going to do heavy damage on a time of 3. The spider lines up with our guy here. It flips. But our weapon is longer than the spider's and faster. And so that spider's going to get killed with heavy plus damage. And so we've got a spider dead. Just 3 more prowess for the knight. Now, keep in mind, if you get to 60, you get a bonus point. So that would be something for him to, I think, consider. And all the spiders have been killed. Amazon. So that's it. So by the way, at the end of the day, she's going to flee because there's no point to not doing that. Yeah, so that's going to get her out of there. And it gets her into the daylight, so she gets 4 phases tomorrow, although she doesn't. Although, wait, you know what? The Mage Tower, I will say, counts as a dwelling, because all those building type places count as dwellings. So she can toss literally all these cards, which I think she's going to do. I don't think she's going to get Explore the Caves. Locate the Horde. Well, where is the Horde? Oh, it's over here, right? Yeah, so she knows where the Horde is, so that's good. So she trades in Giant Slayer, Diplomat, and Explore Caves for Locate the Horde, Windfall at a dwelling, and find armor, which and roar. So okay, I don't know that that's not a great draw because there's only 1 point in those 3 cards, but there's $5 in those cards, and possibly a piece of armor. If there was a roar somewhere, which there is right here in the caves, but she wants out of the cave. She does not want to stay in the caves with the way things are going. So she has redone her cards. And so now she is going to. Now, what that means, though, is if she stays there for the night, she is not going to get to. She's not going to get 4 phases. I don't know that that matters to her, though. If she wants to get to. I don't know that matters. If she wants to get to the Horde, which is going to suck, by the way, or if she wants to get to. No, the Lost Castle is either in the cliff or the crag. Cliff or the crag, Rob? I think she might. She might just take a rest, an extra move, and a move to the house. That'll allow her to collect her windfall. Done. And she can even turn in find armor again. So she's going to bop out. She took her point. Now she's going to go to the house. Done. The Berserker does have to roll. I just realized last week the crag has 3 colors when flipped. If you're interested for was. Yeah, no, the crag is an interesting place. The main problem with the crag is simply that it is so hard to move through. And if you get stopped by a monster, you can't walk out of a clearing. You have to be hidden to get out of a clearing because it takes 2 moves, right, to get to the next spot. So it can be very dangerous for characters that don't have a good auto escape, essentially. So yeah, I think he hit. So I mean, we're in per penny and per pound here a little bit. Like we literally, this is sunk cost fallacy. Swordsman is going to hide move. Into the dragon spot. And the knight gets to make a decision now, but I think he goes 1, 2, 3, 4 into the Linden Wood. So he's just going to make this simple move. 1, 2, 3, 4 into the Linden Wood. Done. So I think we're on day 17. Looks like ogres, wolves, goblins, and octopus. And we got three. Okay, so the swordsman, I suppose, will go because he can. He's got to just get that hide done. He does not, so he goes here and gets blocked by the dragon. So not great. Berserker is hidden. He's going to shoot his shot here, and he does. Oh, finally. Goodness gracious. So he's going to score 1 VP against our dudes, and he gets to pick a treasure. So that's the good part. So let's go to the patrol. He's got 2 of these, huh? He did not get the damn. He didn't get the search, which would have been nice. That would have been a nice. Yeah, I hate getting stuck too, but yes, I every so often you do, and you're just like, damn it, and it does suck a lot. So he is done with that, thank goodness. Herbalist, Dank W. Not a big fan of herbalist for our guy, but so be it. Nice thing is, end of the day today, I suppose, if he wanted to, he could bolt out. He could bust that out. Done. She's going to make a quick move, go 1-2. She is going to be done. We'll see if she gets to stay there tonight. The white knight goes 1, 2, 3, 4, and he is done. And I think the swordsman has to run out because otherwise he's getting jumped here. The berserkers got to check the patrol, who are snooping around, investigating the investigating the fire, and they're going to block battle our berserker. And thus our berserker will run out that that night. Oh, he can't run out that night. That's the funny part. Well, I guess this is happening. Because this guy stops him. The guy off his horse because his dude killed the horse. Stops him. So I couldn't have run the last time either. Oh no, yeah, he got insulted. Right, yeah. So I'll take the insult there. So I had to take the insult last time. So we're down to 4 prowess. But this time I don't have a choice. So we're doing a combat. Well, the problem with the berserk is simply getting it. It takes a round, so that's a little clunky. So he's gonna take. I think we got these 2 guys here. We're gonna put him there, and him there and there. I'm not super like I'll keep their horses off of there because I hate moving their horses with them. I'll just I'm gonna put them right there so that I know their move speeds. Our axe isn't readied. We are generally not ready. I suppose, yeah, that guy can do. So the thing about the berserk shit is it would make it so all these wounds are just one hit wounds, and so that would be great. Uh, and he can't play it because he needs to be able to play faster than the moves on his sheet. So that sucks. That's unfortunate. So what he's going to have to do is he's going to have to play like this, essentially. Because it plays like a fight chit. So pounces his action, and the denizens on his sheet restrict his ability to play. So in other words, much like if he was writing a weapon, he's got to be able to play faster than them with the Berserk. So he needs to kill this guy so that he can run, or he can play his Berserk chit. So what we really need to happen is we need to get a 1 or a 4, round 1, kill Patrol 2, and then let everything else happen. 4. That's good. Everybody's going to line up. Patrol 2 does not flip. Patrol Headquarters does not. Patrol 1 does not flip. So the longest weapon goes first on round 1, and Patrol 2 falls to the axe. Done. We then have to fatigue a move, which sucks a little bit because we don't have a lot of moves. But we do have to fatigue a move. So then, round 2, we have to make a decision. This is the key here. We've got to then make a decision. The problem we have is that killing a horse makes it harder to flee. We can flee right now if we just... But if we kill one of these dudes' horse, which we can do, but we could kill this guy. We could kill that horse to get to the chewy center of a Patrol 1. But if we do that, we can't run. We have to commit to then killing Patrol 1 before possibly fleeing again. And then at that point, I think you're just going all out on and trying, and not necessarily today, but if you were to do the thing and get the 2 hits, and that would be, by the way, an auto hit. We could auto hit the horse, and then we would have the 1/3 chance. That's true. You could run and then come back berserked. Which, I mean, doesn't help him much if you think about it, Rob. It's great. It's fine. But he can't play any faster than a 4. See, the Berserk doesn't help him. And I'll tell you why. Because say this guy only hits on a 4. So if we aim at him, he has to line up, which will kill him if he lines up. And remember, with our helmet on this side, he doesn't do any damage, and on this side, he does damage the helmet and do a wound. Similarly, this guy on this side has to line up. On this side, he doesn't, but he's going to wound us regardless if we're berserk or not. If he hits us unarmored, I don't think berserking helps him, to be honest with you. You think it would, but it only helps if you have a situation where you're going to be hit by heavy damage, which we're not going to be hit by heavy damage on an unarmored spot. There is no H plus sharpness. It's only M plus sharpness. See, these guys. No, it's all good. It's all good. M plus. Yeah, but the point is that the M plus is going to hit us on the helmet. There's no way that they can get an M plus shot. They can't hit the unarmored bits. They have to line up. Now, you're right. We could then play a slower move, for instance, and allow ourselves to be hit if we were heavy and then only take a wound, if we were berserked. But there really is not much advantage to that because there's no advantage to playing almost anything but this H5. Now, you are right. If the battle then lasts several rounds, we're going to run out of moves. And so you might be able to get. You might be in a position where you can just have a long, drawn out battle where you are just slogging it out and they are wounding you and you are slowly killing them. And in that sense, maybe that's the way to go. So I am going to use then. I am going to run in any case, but I need to play this to run to beat these 2 times, and that's going to fatigue another asterisk. Yeah, sooner or later he fatigues out. But he's generally going to fatigue out anyway. Like, again, he's going to fatigue out anyway. Um, but you're right. It is a question of what happens after he fatigues out. With Berserk, he has a better chance because he just takes those hits a little bit better. Let's put these guys back. The Berserker will end up there. He did kill our guy here. We'll give him 3 prowess, 2 gold. So that gives us 7 prowess. And a whopping 9 gold. And we're out the door. Does anyone else have an issue? I think the Amazon does have to roll for the soldiers, but she is neutral to the soldiers. It's going to take double 6s, which we get the first one, of course. And the second one. Crap, really? The problem with that is, so she runs, but the problem with that is simply she wastes a day because she can't do Windfall because she didn't end her day in a dwelling, and she can't turn in her cards because she did not end her day in that dwelling. So she has to take off. Bad blood between the natives and the characters here tonight. Okay, let's see what's going to happen here. So I we did rest. They heard what happened to the rogue. Damn rogue. He's yeah. Poor guy. The poor guy. They killed him. I am a little concerned. We're stalled out a little bit up here. Like this is a little bit of a mess. This has gone from moving to grinding to a halt a little bit. Neither character can seem to actually get anything going, as it were. The swordsman can't even get out of the borderlands for crying out loud. Does he have any cash? He has $20. He does have $20. He likes the rogues, the company, and the warlock, which doesn't help him here. White Knight should clear out the borderland. Yeah, those guys need to pay him for that. He needs to kill a troll though, for sure. So that's I think goal 1. Kill a damn. Well, I'll get to the campfires. Goal 1. Goal 2 is kill a troll. So I am going to say for the Amazon, I think cards are the main priority. So she's going to move to the house again. She's going to hide 3 times. Hell, she'll hide 4 times. No, she'll hide twice. That's an extra move. And she will trade once. Sure. Trade. She'll trade. She'll still hide 3 times. She'll trade once. Done. The swordsman has to go to 3. Oh, the berserker. I'm sorry. The berserker. He's going to move back to the inn. So he does move back to the inn. He is going to rest. Remember, he gets an extra rest phase. So he's going to take that extra rest, which should bring him back to normal. Still have to kill the horse first, yes. At the very least, it would be an auto hit on the horse during the melee step, so that's sort of nice. So of the 4 hits you need to get, you only have to get 1. We're going to hide and we're going to alert. Swordsman is going to move to 3 and hide and hope to get this logjam cleared. The White Knight is going to move to the campfire. That will score Happy Camper. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. He's going to go back to the mountains. He could use a buddy. You saw the first 2 weeks. He was moving all over the place, and that's sort of where he was at. Buddies would not help a lot because his rogues can't fight any of these guys anyway. They would just be killed. So day 18, let's get a monster roll. Looks like dragons. Okay. Amazon. Oops. Swordsman's going to move and hide. He's going to fail to hide. Dragons are going to show up on him again. The Amazon is going to move to the house. She's going to hide a bunch. And she does. She is going to try to trade just to see what the soldiers have, if nothing else. The claw on a map of the ruins. She's going to roll on a helmet for $5. Times 3 is price times 4. She's good. Done. Oh, crap. I'm back to this. She actually can't really just plain old run. She's got to fight them, or at least the snake's got to fight them. I am going to assume that round 1 the snake's going to get capped with all this heavy damage floating around. I don't think that snake's going to make it. So we'll just say for expediency, snake. Nope, snake cannot. She cannot flee the. She was not hidden yesterday when they entered the house. So they could not have been hidden. So that was my fault. I wasn't paying attention to the snake. I forgot she had the snake. So today she hides, she goes back in, she takes a look, and she is done. And she will score her windfall at the end of the day and go from there. The Berserker is going to head back in. He's going to rest. So that's going to give him this. He's going to hide because, because no reason. Nope, he's not hidden. So there you go. And he's going to alert. And he will berserk. Sure, he'll berserk. Let's do it. So he is done. The knight goes 1, 2, 3, 4. And he is done. And I do, nope, nothing's going to appear because there's nothing sort of left to appear. The company will show up, though, at the inn. I don't know how the Berserker feels about the company. He doesn't like them either. Ugh, lot of crap going on. I think we're going to run. So the swordsman runs. That's easy. He runs back down to here to get away from the dragons. The Berserker does have to roll for the company now. He's okay with the company. It's just that damn patrol. The patrol will roll for him too. So they're going to insult him, but he's going to treat this as a block battle. He's not interested anymore in hearing their garbage. So he's a little pissed, is what it is. So we're going to do this fight, and we're going to see how the Berserker fares against these two. So we played the Berserk chit in the day, so it's fatigued. Done. But we are Berserk today. So technically, if we want to, we can ready our weapon. I don't think it matters. But we will indeed. No, I mean we're not going to ready it because I don't think we have the chits to play. Well, maybe we do. Horse guy. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I think that's what we're doing. We're going to play. So why don't we start with. Like, I would love. I would love to kill this guy's and his horse. But I think you have to go for the hit. Right? You gotta hit this dude. And he can hit him regardless. You gotta stop the possible incoming damage, pretty much, right? And so that's what we're gonna do. And we will play pretty much just like this. So this is round 1. Let's see where our guys end up. And we, of course, are targeting the first guy. We're looking for a 1 or a 4. We do get a 4. Perfect. Lined up. What does he flip? He does not. Does the second guy flip? Does not. He does. I gave him the gold. So our attack is first today, and we hit the horse and kill it, doing H-star damage. So that's the first thing done. He will then bang his sword off our helmet and do nothing. He will miss. And we have to fatigue a move asterisk, which we will. Done. So that's round 1. Our weapon does not ready. To some degree, it doesn't matter if that's the case. We are in sort of a fatigue race, pretty much. It would be nice to kill one of these guys before we fatigue out of moves. So let's get a 1 or a 4. That's a 6. That is not going to do me any good. He goes down to the bottom, and he flips up to the top. That is not as cool. Does the first dude flip over? And he does not. So that sucks a little bit. I don't want to take auto hits. That's just generally not a good idea in my opinion. And the bottom guy is going to flip, which isn't the worst thing. So this guy's gonna miss. Done. Plus, if I slow the move, I might as well take a fatigue, or I can take a wound and a fatigue. You know what I mean? I'd rather take the fatigue, I think. But unfortunately, he does hit us, so he's going to damage that helmet, and that is going to wound us. And what I will wound is I will wound a tremendous fight, because there's not a lot of point to playing a tremendous fight. Wound could be no fatigue stars. Yeah, but I'd be taking 2 wounds. Yeah, no, you're right. But I don't have that. I only have 1 chip. I can wound 1 chip that doesn't have any fatigue stars. Right? I mean, I'm sorry, you can't see there we go. So, okay. That was a crap round compared to the good round. Now we missed, so our weapon flips. So that at least is good. So the question then is, you could either kill the horse, or you still try for the guy. The guy is always going to be a 1/3 chance, just absolutely. The only caveat would be is that if you kill the horse now, you can then just start swinging at this guy. But, and this guy is inherently more dangerous because he has that L2. He can actually start wounding you elsewise. But he's an L2 5. Yes, I'm going to target this dude on his horse. Done. You watch, I'm going to roll a 4 now, of course. 9 rounds of fatigue. Thank you for the calculation. That's good. That's a good thing. 5. So not great. They're going to move and move, just like this, right? And I want this guy to not flip, and he doesn't. And I want this, I don't care what this second guy does. He doesn't either. We're going to kill the horse. Done. Horse is dead. 2 horses down. Our weapon flips to its side, and then we have to fatigue. All right. We are not hit though, so that's a good place to be. We're gonna go after the leader, like that, and we're gonna have to fatigue an H4 here, but yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We have a couple more rounds. Once we go to 5, we're going to start taking hits, which I don't like. All right, we need a 1 or a 4, though. That'd be great. Nope, a 6. That is not good. We're going to go up here. He shifts down. What we need to happen is this guy needs to flip. No, he doesn't flip. Does the other guy flip? Yes. Okay, that's a good sign, actually. He's going to... So we miss. Our weapon readies. He bangs the helmet. The helmet is gone. We take a wound and a fatigue. So we're going to fatigue a move like that. We're going to wound a... Doesn't matter. We're going to wound another T. We're going to just keep... This is going to be our fight every time. The reason why that was good is because even though this guy will hit us and ostensibly do a wound, if he stays flipped, we're going to auto hit him this coming round, which is why I killed the horse. But let's make this a no-brainer and just get a 1 or a 4. 4. He's going to line right up. Does he flip? He does. Actually, that's good because now he won't hit us first. Haha. And then this guy is also going to flip. So what's going to happen is these attacks at the same time. Ours is longer. We kill the leader. Done. Before he hits us, we do have to fatigue, which we will. Just like that. This could go bad still. We're still not out of the woods because we're going to fatigue out here in a round. So, but the next round works in our favor. He lines right up. He flips. Doesn't matter. Well, it does matter. He's actually going to hit us first because our weapon has flipped now that we hit the other guy, which sucks a little bit. So we're going to have to wound again and fatigue. But we do kill the last patrol. And so the Scourge of the Patrol is done. We're going to get 6, 9 prowess, and 4 gold. Well, you have to loot their stuff. We do get 4 gold because it's on their sheet. So we do get that. So the Berserker's up to 13 bucks. We're up to 16 prowess. That is going to put us in second place for prowess. So that does get our score evened out a tiny bit. Strangely enough, it doesn't put us in second place for gold yet. The White Knight has gotten into second place. Oh no, the White Knight hired someone for gold. So he's down to what, 2 gold. So we are now strangely in second place for gold. Done. Yeah, we'll have to see sort of how that all is going to end up. I mean, I'm going to have to obviously rest up a bit. I mean, they needed killing. There's no doubt about it. They absolutely had to be killed. They had to be. They were jerks. They were jerks to everybody. But I definitely want to get their crap. They don't have a lot of crap. They have a helmet, a breastplate, and a shield on top of 1 treasure. So it sucks a little bit because it's actually unlikely to loot anything that I need. in any short period of time. Having said that, yeah, they've literally insulted everybody in the board. Yes, they're terrible. They're terrible. But nonetheless, I think that was good. A good round for the Berserker. So the Amazon's going to end her day in the place. She's going to score her windfall. So that's $5. So that puts her back to 10. Those are her gambling losses. So that goes away. She's going to drop find armor. So she's going to pull 2 cards for tomorrow. She gets Wolf Tamer. It's fine, I suppose. And Navigator, which is actually good for her. Though I don't love it at this stage in the game typically, right? It's a lot better to be searching for paths early game because then you can use those paths. Unfortunately, and then the question is, do we keep locate the horde? Now, the nice thing about locate the horde is you know where it is. The bad thing is you're going to be stuck. I think we're going to drop that one too, because I don't want to be stuck in the caves. And she gets wood wise and a phase in any 3 woods tile. We could easily do the maple woods. I don't think we're allowed to do the deep woods. Not the deep woods. It has to be the 3 cheesy woods tiles. So I think she's going to hide, move into the borderlands. 3. So, oops, done. I think she's good with that. We're going to start there and so on. So she's there. The Berserker is going to do a quest phase to get the ale to the chapel. So done. He will do that. He will search twice, he will rest, and he will extra rest. So we're going to start the process here, but we do want to grab maybe a treasure if we can manage. Done. The swordsman, having gotten a little lucky, is going to go 5 and 5. So he's going to go straight to the maple woods. And his goal is to deal with the imp. And then our 1, 2, we're going to move to the deep woods. We'll hide, move into the deep woods too, rest and extra rest, I think, and get our stuff back. Move. And I think we're going to go and pop into the cavern, which is not something I typically would do with the White Knight, but we could possibly walk right through and get to the trolls up here. Maybe there's a giant troll in here. Let's see what this is going to bring us. Looks like it's day 19. Looks like we're making a monster roll. Wow. Looks like it's you and me tonight, Rob. It's quiet night. Looks like it's goblins tonight, too. So he goes 1, 2. Oh, he's gonna draw all the wolves. Every goddamn wolf shows up. That's great. Problem with cave is no horses. I hear you. Yeah, for the dude, for the guy, that is problematic. So the swordsman is gone. He's up. He is done. The Amazon goes 1, 2, and she's going to be able to take a couple hides. She blows one of them, and she succeeds at the other one. Think nothing appears there. The White Knights go into here. He does hide, and he does, and he gets his rest in. And so his chip is back. But nothing appears, I don't think, because we got goblins coming. The Berserker takes quest phase because I wanted to remember to get the ale. So he has the ale to the chapel on him. He will search 2 times and loot, hopefully, the stack here. He needs a 4, 3, 2, or 1. So he does get a 4. So he's going to take the spectacles, I think, which isn't bad. That's 1. Give him, come on, give him a little something for all that. For all that blood he spilled, he gets the second thing in the stack, which is going to be a helmet. Where'd the shield go? I thought they had a third. I thought they had a third thing on that stack. I didn't think anyone took it or bought it or whatever. Oh, you know what? It probably actually the probably took from a random when the Berserker got his helmet. Probably took it from there or the what's her face. So technically, in Magic Realm terms, it wouldn't be there. That's fine. He did his 2 searches. He got 2 items. He's going to rest and rest. And we're going to bring back one of the H4s just in case. Done. He is also going to end his day there, and so he's going to turn in Herbalist. And he gets treasure cache in the Lost City. But he will get an extra search phase, so also good to keep that in mind. I think he should at least God. He literally has he's not going to stay here and search. So and he's got to run. Like he can't deal with these 6 wolves. He can't do 6. He's going to fatigue this M4 and get out of dodge. Like there's simply too much here. I mean, he could dodge it, but all it's going to take is one 1/3 roll, and he's taking four serious wounds. So he's out for the time being. Yeah. Okay. And I think that's it. Having said that, it sucks a little bit because she still has to sort of wend her way through. All right. All right, let's see where we're at here for. Hey, what's up, Michael? How are you? So the Amazon is going to seize an opportunity here, right? What's up, Michael? Glad to see you. We're only playing Magic Realm, no Skyrim tonight. I need to get back into there to get that moving, but and speaking of BYOB, I do need to get some. So the Amazon sees a little bit of an opportunity here because she has Wolf Tamer and Woodswise, so she's got to hit that Warhammer 40k Inquisitor is fun. That's cool. Yeah, I like Rogue Trader. I think that's a good RPG in the Baldur's Gate 3 vein a little bit. So the Amazon's going to go 1, 2, and I think she will hide in. So she's going to go 1 hide. She's going to move 5 hide. This will be an extra move. She'll hide, and then she will move to the wolves and hope to score Wolf Tamer and get one of 3 of her Woodwise that she needs to score. So that lucked out for her. I do think the Berserker needs a little bit more rest. So I think we're going to go. I think we're going to go rest. Well, first thing we're going to do is we're going to do our extra search. Done. So we will extra search. I will trade with the rogues because we're going to sell those beast pipes. Yeah, get that would-be swordsman out of there. Oh my god. So we're going to extra search. We might as well take our shot because it's an extra phase. Unless we can use that extra phase somewhere else in the day. I don't think we can. So I think we're just going to hit it, right? We're just going to just see if we roll double ones, we'll get the breastplate done. Pointless, but we're going to do it. We're selling the beast pipes, but we're not going to sell the magic spectacles. And then I do say we're going to. I hate hiring this at this late stage because you're only going to get a week out of these guys. It's so hard for me to take that money and hire at this time, especially when you don't have like, oh, I need to do that to do right. It's just so tough. If we trade, we can end up with $21, and that will put us actually in the lead for money for now. Well, the first guy's $1, but actually he's $3 or $4, right? You're not going to roll a 1. And 21 is going to actually score us some points. So I think we're just going to trade. And then we're going to rest, and extra rest. And that will give us this at least 3 asterisks back here, and then one of these will come back. Probably this guy back into fatigue. And then we can, I think, move on. I think we can start the process of getting out of Dodge here and moving on. So that's his move. The damn swordsman. Oh god. Okay. He's gonna move to 5. And I truly do not like. I don't. He doesn't know what the Amazon's doing. He doesn't know that she's going to come down there. Because if he did, he would just walk in, knowing that she's going to disperse the pack of wolves. And then once she does that, he'll be able to at least compete for that riddle game. But he doesn't know that she's going to do that. So he's going to move out. He's going to probably flip and hide. Yeah, so he's going to move into the borderland again, and he's probably going to have to hide. And then our guy here, our white knight, is going to go, and he will hide and move to the cavern, I should say. See if he can't find anything in there. Oh, Happy Camper is scored, so he can. I didn't give him the point even, so. So that actually gives him a fourth card and a total of 8 points. So let's do that. Let's see what's what. It is what? Is it? It's going to be day 20. Jeez, oh man, this week took me an hour and a half, but it seemed like it flew by. So we're going to get dragons again. That's not bad for our team here because that at least means that nothing else is going to show up right away. The swordsman is going to. It's dragons. So he's going to wait on the Amazon, thinking that the Amazon might get stuck with the dragons. She doesn't, right? She goes to here. She's going to take a hide. She fails. She's going to jump into there. She's going to get blocked by the wolves, but that's not going to matter because she's going to play her card. The swordsman's going to take his move. He goes in. He's going to hide, and he fails, and he gets jumped by this dragon again that has plagued him. It's plagued him. So those two are gone. The knight is going to take a hide. He does. He moves into here to flip these. We get Bones and Howl. So nothing good at all. The good thing is trolls would show up here. So that tremendous troll is fair game in here. So for Troll Slayer. He doesn't have Happy Camper. What did he get instead of Happy Camper? He got... Oh, I didn't give him a card. Damn it. I keep... He has a Source of White Magic, which is super useful. But geez, I'd rather him get points. But so be it. And now the Berserker. Berserker is going to use his extra search. If there is justice in the world, he rolls double ones, right? No. And as I said, if there is justice in the world, and there really isn't, not by default. In any case, he will trade with the rogues, selling them the beast pipes. He's their buddy. Not a problem. That's going to give him 8 more bucks. That gives him 21 bucks. And though not by much, he actually is going to steal. Oops. He's actually going to steal off of the swordsman a point, giving him 6, and the swordsman drops to 4. Swordsman's had a bad third week, by the way. And then he's going to rest up quite a bit. He gets 4. So we're going to 2, 3, 4. 4. And I think we're done. And that is the day. Berserker has to at least roll for the company. The company is neutral to the Berserker. They're fine with the Berserker. The Amazon plays Wolf Tamer. And she's going to take one of these guys as her buddy. Is there one that's better? I think one's more defensive, one has a better offensive score, I think. Yeah, the M I mean, so here's the funny thing. There is no monster that an L3 can actually hit and kill. There's no monster that matters. What it matters on this side, the M5 sucks because you're not going to hit a lot of stuff. What is good about this side is that it's a 3 defense, and so it would technically allow him to sort of run interference for her. So I think actually I'm going to take that one, even though I don't. It's not, none of them are great. So we'll give her Tamer. That is her seventh card. She's only scored cards, which is sort of cool. But she's rocking it with cards. You're taking the M4. I don't. I'm going to take the M5 because the M5 just can dodge stuff, right? I don't know. I don't know. That's a good choice. I don't actually think it is really, but I don't think he can kill much. I don't. The wolves can't kill much anyway. They're really there for killing players. Um, so she scores Wolf Tamer, and then she's gonna pop locate the statue. Okay. She also gets Woodwise, so she actually gets one of the woods. Did I take? I took a wolf already, right? Yeah, I took one. Oh, and at the end of the day, so she also gets. I'm going to copy and paste her thing there. She's got one woods of 3, and at the end of the day, she can try the riddle game. So the riddle game, she gets a free roll. She can fatigue any number of asterisks and gets one roll for every 2 asterisks she fatigues. So what if she takes one roll, 2 rolls, 3 rolls? 3 rolls, and it's a 3, 2, or 1 to succeed. So 3 rolls. That's one fail. That's a success. Done. So she scores the riddle game today, too. That's her 8th card point. And with that, she is tied for first. Oops, I gave her 9 points. That's not quite right. And she does get a treasure from the ubiquitous extra treasure pile. Lost key. She can open the vault. Little lame, but so be it. So not bad. And the riddle game is gone. And we can kill that chit. And there you go. And so she has effectively stolen that point away from the swordsman, taken it for herself. And she's moving. She is moving. So he has to run, and he's there. I think that's where we're at. Oh, wait. 20. He moved to the Borderlands and hid. He moved into the cavern. Done. Right. Yeah. So we are writing day 21 now. So day 21, there is purple magic in every clearing. Doesn't super matter to this group, but we are going to get 2 monster rolls, and we're going to regenerate some monsters. So the Amazon I think for the last week, I mean, there's not a ton. I think she might as well try to score Navigator while she's here. So I think she is going to move to the ruins. So we will hide. We will extra move and move into the ruin. So that'll put us at ruin 1. So we are here now. So hide, extra move, and move. And then search, and maybe she can find one of 3 navigate. That's navigator's bad this late in the game simply because of that. I think the Berserker is going to go 1, 2. I would love to get to his dig. That's pretty much. I just if we're going to do any one last thing, getting to his dig site would be nice. He still has to be a little bit wary. I think all he can do is draw 1 bat up there, so I think he goes 1, 2, 3, 4. I will take the extra rest and then move, and well, this is day 21, so maybe we're not going all gung ho yet. Again, you can get 1 bat. So move. I don't want to fight a bat for sure. Good day to rest. Maybe. You might be right. You might be right. I would love to get him a little bit of a position. So I'll take 2 moves. I'll go into the woods. That's an easy. So we'll just go move and move into the woods. Then we'll take 2 rests and an extra rest. So that'll be 3. So he can get these 2 into here, and he can move the T5 back. And then he only has 4, over the course of a couple more days, he'll get all that taken care of. And frankly, if I'm the swordsman, I'm wondering what the hell to do right now. Let's try to get Mountain Pilgrim sorted. So we're gonna move to the Maple Woods. 1, 2, 3. So we're gonna move to the Maple Woods. Move. Not the Maple Woods. We're moving through the Maple Woods and into the ruins. 1, 2, 3. And we will, of course, we will hide. 1, 2, 3. Into the ruin. Done. The White Knight. I think we're gonna stick in here 1. I would. Can I grab the crone and get her out in time, or is that just not gonna happen? What we don't want to meet is goblins, frankly. Not really. But if I could kill a troll, oh, I can absolutely do it. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hide and search. I'm going to hide and I'm going to search and I'm going to use guide and I'm going to find the passage that leads me to right here. Then I'm going to grab the crone, duck out. We're going to return to the order. We'll score the crone. In the meantime, hopefully, we kill a troll. Bam. That's 2 points right there. That'll get us to 10. And we'll see where we end up from there. So I think everyone has day 21 sorted. It's a race between him and the Amazon, frankly, I think. But let's get our double roll. 1 and 1. So all the dragons return to the board. The lair, the big guy, the little guys. We get 3 more events for sure. So that's going to be something to pay attention to. That guy. We got 1 more flying dragon here. Yep. So we do have and the company back. The company return to the board. Done. Okay. Okay. I think that the swordsman lets the Amazon go. The Amazon hides. And she does. She goes 1, 2 right there, and she's going to search 2 times. She's hoping for a 3, 2, or a 1 to find ruins 1, 5. That's a fail. This one's a success, though. No, 2 fails. She doesn't find it, and the dragons pop. So she's going to get Smoke C and the Horde again. And we are done. Shit. Well, I mean, the swordsman is gonna go. He's gonna move, try to be hidden, blah blah blah, the whole thing. So he's gonna end up 1, 2, 3 also, and his goal is to be hidden, and hopefully he doesn't roll a 6. And he does roll a 6 because the swordsman couldn't hide to save his life. This dragon is prowling, and it jumps the both of them. Done. The Berserker, 2 moves, 3 rests. 1, 2, 3. Done. The White Knight will hide. He doesn't. And he will search. Hey, what's up, Raven? And he finds 4-1 using guide. Cavern 4-1. Guide is used. The dragon is just messing with him, isn't it? Aren't they? They are. They are totally messing with him. And we get locate the shrine. Yeah, whatever this is that does this to these cards, I don't love it. But no trolls, which sort of sucks. And we've got to run out. She doesn't, but she's sort of stuck there momentarily, which, I mean, she wants to find this path, but it's not necessary for her goals, so she might move down into the deep woods here to try to get her stuff done. And that is it for the week. So let's take a quick break. I will get something to drink and we'll check our scores and we'll get into our final week here. If you stay put, I would appreciate it. Oh, man. All right. Yay, define drink. What's up, Scott? How are you? Define. The drink actually is. I can define it very well. It is Nelson. It's 100 and I forget what proof. Actually, I'd have to go look. Um, but yeah, this is a Nelson bourbon. 110. I'm gonna say. Well, it's more than 100. But anyway, welcome, Scott. Raven. Hello. How are you? Pina colada, whiskey sour, Manhattan mojito, Bloody Mary, Gimlet, Moscow Mule. My drink of choice used to be gin and tonic. I dropped the gin and tonic when I dieted. This is years ago, by the way, and I realized how much sugar tonic water had in it. It's like, I'm good. So okay, let's get our week started here. So it's day 22. Last week, I think the Amazon is still trying to navigate. Maybe she shouldn't, strangely enough. Maybe she should just go for Woodwise. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1. So actually, in 3 days, she can get to the Lindenwoods and Pinewoods and score Woodwise. So she can get that done. So she has a couple days to find the couple secret paths that she wants to find, but no more than that. And then she should just move on. The statue pretty much is a no-go at this point because it is nowhere that she doesn't know where it is. Right? I don't think it's visible. Yeah, it's not on the board. And so I think she just goes, searches. If she can, then she runs here. And the last day she wants to score Woodwise by ending up in the Pine Woods. That's her goal. The Berserker, I think he's going to get his ale delivered. That's one thing he's going to do. He's going to go to his dig site. That's the other thing he's going to do. I don't think he's going to get lucky and find a giant. But that'll be 2 points for him. So he'll get at least 8 points, which is typically where I end up with the Berserker unless I kill him, which I also do. I think the Swordsman is the odd man out tonight because he just keeps getting chased around by these dragons. It's crazy. First in the Borderlands and now in the Ruins. So I still want to get Mountain Pilgrim. And I still want to get Mountain Pilgrim. And I'm going to take the spell. So that's 3 points for him because he will have the only spell learned. Now, the White Knight is going to try to also get a spell, I think, before the end of the game. So it's going to be a race to see who gets those 2 points. The White Knight can kill the dragon. The Berserker can kill the dragons. But they're not there. They're down here. They've been down here. And the Amazon and the Swordsman have been sort of dancing up here with all these creatures, and they've sort of stalled out a little. The Amazon had a good fight with a pet snake to kill a dragon and a troll or something. I forget what. She killed a couple things, but didn't finish. But still got chased around in there. So not great. So again, I think the swordsman tries to finish out Mountain Pilgrim. He's going to try to get the spell, and when he does that, that's going to give him 3 points. Not great, but he'll end up with hopefully 7 or so points. The knight, I think, gets the crone. Hopefully gets a troll in the meantime. Drags the crone back to The chapel, so that's going to be a point. The troll's going to be a point, and then maybe 2 points for learning the spell, and that's going to be a final of 12 points. We hope. We'll see. So that's where we're at. Let's get but in the meantime, so delivery is gone because these go away. He can keep the one he has and deliver it still, but the rest of them are not. So we still have 3 lost visitors sitting out there. Scattered. We get 3 more events, and this is going to determine. The swordsman can loot the lair. The lair is all the way down here. That's a long haul. And the lair, frankly, has already been looted out by the White Knight. Not out. There's still stuff there. The horde would be a slightly closer bet, but it's in a cave. That sucks. So we do have a bat bounty. The horde. The horde's in his tile rub. Yeah, and he visited the horde and then got chased out of there. Like, literal, I think before a treasure got drawn. So, by the way, literally the swordsman. I'm speaking like a teenage girl now. I'm saying literally every 3 minutes. But the swordsman, the first thing he did was go to the horde, rescue the damsel, and get chased out by the dragons. So there's a bat bounty. So everybody killing a bat is going to get a point. There is a goblin siege, a random dwelling currently on the board. That's the large campfire. So the large campfire is under siege by goblins. Axe goblins and spear goblins. So what we're going to do is we're going to roll. It's a 4. So axe goblins, spear goblins. And which one gets the guy? So the spear goblins. So I'm going to draw 3 spear goblins. 1, 2, 3, and a sword goblin, and 1, 2, 3. And all those guys are coming down here with me. And so we're going to put them. Oh, the spear goblins are here, actually. Not in the inn, but around the inn. So that's where they appear. Whoever killed any of the goblins gets 1. Whoever killed the most gets a random trophy. But the siege has to be cleared. And then the miner in the caves. So caves 1 is going to see the miner. I don't think anybody's going to touch the miner. The dwarf won with the miner effectively. Caves 1 though. Caves 1 is right there. A little tempting because it's right at the edge. But you're going to commit to running through the borderland again. But you could get lucky and get a lot of gold, and that could give you a couple points, especially if you're sort of behind, right? So, don't know. But anyway, let's get the Amazon going here. I think the Amazon gets out of dodge. She goes 1, 2. So the Amazon is going to extra move and move into the deep woods. She's going to search. Boy, she could go kill 3 axe goblins in a heartbeat too. That's the other thing that would be. And strangely enough, um, She should have taken the other wolf. Strangely enough, she should have taken the other damn wolf. That's what I have to remember next time. Other wolf better against goblins. But it can dodge. But in that case, actually. So anyway, so I think she's gonna go 1-2. And she's going to search. What are the chances of getting that on a 3, 2, or a 1? It's 1, 4, 9. 9 out of 36. So it's 3/4 times 3/4 of it not happening, 9/16. It's not 50%. Yeah, M4 for the wolf. M4 is better for the wolf in the case of the heavy these heavy goblins. Like these goblins would actually be awesome for her with the wolf. These goblins they would kill they kill the wolf. Um, and they do in any case now too. But anyway, neither here nor there. Is there any way that that goblin plague gives her like? I mean, spoils. You could get spoils. You could get the money too. Hey, what's up, Nutmeg? Happy Power Back On Day. Yes, I read a book. I sat by candlelight and read a book. Or maybe she beelines it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe she heads up there. Tries to get some goblin spoils. I do have heat. I have gas heat. So heat always. Um, Water I had, in hot water. It was literally just power. So no lights, no computer. Yeah, you know what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't think we can. I don't think we can afford to try Navigator. I think we are going to have to do Woodwise first. Maybe catch a goblin. Maybe we'll get lucky. Now that depends. If the Berserker kills everything, so be it. Then we can do a search. But we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're gonna move to Deepwood 6. So she's burning rubber to Deepwood 6. The Berserker. I would love to deliver this sale. I really, really would. But do I? Yeah, I mean, I don't know that he's as invested in this idea. If he moves there, the only problem is actually this fight is not good for him at all. Like, this is not a good fight. So he's going to have to deal with that a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think he just moves to Deep Woods 1. I think he's going to burn it. He's going to do it too. Move. Oh, he can't move out of there by default. That is no bueno. He gets blocked after the first phase. I tell you what, we'll hide and we'll move out, and we will see. If we don't hide, so hide, move. He'll be in mountains too. And if he gets stuck by the goblins, well, it looks like we're fighting goblins then. The swordsman. Swordsman has to move to 2. Hide. What is this hide action you mentioned? Yeah, no kidding. Uh, I mean, it hasn't been working for the swordsman anyway, so it doesn't matter. It barely matters. Oh man, so I would love to, so I really so his goal would be to get to the ledges and get to the cliff and the ledges. These two guys. That would give him Mountain Pilgrim. That's a point for the card. He could take the spell as a reward. Well, it's good to see you, man. Congratulations on Game of the Year, by the way. That was sort of cool. Um, he could sort of. I mean, but the problem. See what I am fussing with here is no, that's good. That's good stuff. I thought that was pretty neat, and I'm excited to hear that your natives is starting the campaign, and that you it's being expanded. That's cool. So good things, man. A lot of good things. You should be pretty darn happy with yourself right now. So um, I was looking because I'm like I don't have the because I tend to I get too much goddamn spam email as it is. So I tend to avoid signing up for anything that's going to email me. Having said that, I was paying attention every so often to Kickstarter to go, well, when's that coming out? So that I can at least get in, um, and try to grab a copy of Natives when it comes out. I'm actually, I'll be honest, I'm more excited that there is more stuff than just Natives. I was gonna get Natives anyway, but I wasn't super jazzed about it because I was like, it's okay, it's good. I like the new classes and I like the idea of hiring, but I didn't love all the. So I'm glad that there's more stuff to it because that really fires me up because I know I've I've heard all the stuff that you were talking about and that we briefly chatted about, and I was like, yeah, all that sounds perfect. Like that sounds super super exciting. Um, and then I really need to sit down and get to work because I was going to putz around with some scenarios and so on, which I just haven't gotten to because getting off of my ass is not because along with all the other things that I'm doing, I also decided to dig out some old game code that I was putzing with and putz with that. So there's a lot of putzing about. No, I do like the hiring. I actually think the hiring is one of the strong points of natives. I already told you this. I think the one gripe, not gripe. It's not even a gripe. The one thing that I was like, well, I don't know where the natives have impact because you don't have those relationships like we talked about, right? You don't have those relationships, and you don't have that sort of you have this implicit relationship with the stats, right? And I do think that's actually very clever. So I want to see. I want to get it. I want to play with it a little more. I have not played with it in tabletop sim, and I want to putz a little bit and sort of, you know, get that vibe. There is a Zaya. I don't know how to pronounce it. Shia Zaya. Legend of a Drift system, which is not a very good version of Magic Realm, but it's decent. All right, man. Yep, talk to you. See you, Scott. So anyway, all right, swordsman. Damn swordsman. I want to get him to the cliff and I want to get him to the ledges. The problem is he has to find 2 secret paths to get that done. And there's just a super and he has to sneak through the dragons, and fight his way through the ghosts, there just feels like there's a large chance that he gets sort of frozen out. So yeah, but yeah, we need to get I need to get a little bit more dragons down on the table too. So in any case, um, but I don't have anything else for him going. So I am a little concerned. He moved to the horde. He got chased out of the horde. Right. It's 3 points if you can get something going there. It's worth 3 points to you. So I think what he's going to do is he's going to move to 2. So we moved to 2. We are going to hide, of course. We'll move to the dragons. And then we're going to move to 4. So we're going to head toward the witchmacall, the horde. The knight. So he's found this path. He's going to move to the crone. Well, we'll hide and move to the crone. I don't want to be unhidden fighting the tremendous troll. That is never a good. That's not a good scene. So day 23, I think we're ready. Oh no, are we? I mean, oh no. Day 22. Day 22, we're ready to go. Sorry, I moved the. Let's get a monster roll. Spiders and imp. Okay. I mean, the deep woods is safe at that point. I think the white knight's going to go. So he hides and goes here. And now he has the crone on his back and he is done. The swordsman will go. He goes here. He's going to hide. He fails and he walks back down here and gets stuck again. Because that's been his lot so far. Berserker is going to hide. And he does. And then he goes up here and here. And misses everything. The Amazon goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And she would get spiders, but there are no spiders left. And so that is the day. And the damn swordsman has to get out of dodge again. He's exactly where he started. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. I would love to be hidden, but there's only 3 of them, so maybe it doesn't matter. Right? It's like, yeah, I don't know, maybe it doesn't care. Maybe she doesn't care much. She just go right in. Although she's a little bit where the swordsman is worse than not finding something, I think. Yeah. No, I just I failed a lot of hides for him. I have he is he was in a weird he's in a weird space. Let me see this other wolf. I think next time just give me the other wolf. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, he would, yeah, that's fine. It doesn't matter. The other wolf would get killed by these anyway, because as soon as he lines up, he's dead. He cannot kill one of these. The wolf cannot kill this guy. Now the 4/4 wolf can kill these guys, but not the axeman. He would literally just be dodging the axeman. That's his job. He's dodging one of the axemen while she guts the axeman. So I think she goes 1, 2, 3, 4. And hides. So she's going to hide and then extra move, 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 move into the mountains. And she wouldn't mind if she drew the one bat, is really what it comes down to. So she's going to sit here and maybe a bat shows up and then she hits the bounty, which would not suck. The Berserker is going to just continue the plan, I think. He goes 1, 2, 3, 4. He's going to get. So move, 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 move. Still in the deep woods. What clearing does he end up in? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He ends up in 5. He ends up in deep woods 5. And he's going to deliver that goddamn ale. And he's going to turn in his spider slayer and get poison. That's not going to matter, but he's going to do it anyway. The swordsman is going to repeat his damn move because it failed last time. Done. The white knight has the crone in his pocket. He's going to try one last time, I think, to get that done. So he's going to move to 1 and hide. And he is done. Let's roll a monster for day 23. The white knight's hoping it's a 4. No. It's a 2. We'll have the swordsman go first. This hide is important. So he goes here. He did anybody else watch those dice? Like, it was magical. So he hides and he gets to here. And I don't think anything appears. So we are done. Berserker goes 1, 2, 3, 4, and he is done. The Amazon goes 1, 2, 3, 4. She is going to hide. It's not going to matter, but she's going to hide. And she is done. But I do think Slither's going to bring something, right? Yeah. To there. And she is hidden. And the white knight takes the crone. Done. Okay. I do think the Amazon will rest twice. Hide twice. Extra move into the goblins. Might as well. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you might. I mean, you might as well be, as safe as possible. Done. Oh, the Berserker is getting some rest phases here too, so he should have an extra rest here and an extra rest down here. So he has 2 rest phases to his credit. Strangely enough, all these other chits are probably better just than the Berserk, so he'll start there. He might be able to only kill another wolf. You're right. I don't know. So day 24, she's moving. Day 24, he is going to move to the chapel. and drop off. So he's going to score the crone. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. And he will end up in Deep Woods too. So he's done. Or he will be done. The Amazon hiding and moving in. The swordsman. I'm going to move to the horde. And yes, we are going to search. Screw it. We're here. We've found it before. Or we didn't. We have to use sudden insight. So we'll use insight. And he'll be done. And then I think the knight goes 1, 2, 3, 4 into the deep woods. Like he's just going to move into the deep woods. He's got the crone. He could. It'd be nice if a troll showed up, but I'm not going to wait on the roll that's going to happen right now that I've walked out of there. But that's a different story entirely. That's Magic Realm for you. It's a 4, right? No, it's a 2. Serpents and Demons. So there you go. See? So the Amazon is first unless the swordsman wants to preempt her. I think he will. He's going to move in. He's going to do a search. He's going to use his auto find to find it. So he has found the horde. And he gets pub crawl again. Well, sure. I mean, he's literally already done pub crawl. I'm gonna let him. I'm gonna let him toss that as a manner, just as a. And he gets plant your flag, which is at this juncture in the game just as bad. He can plant his flag. Where can he plant his flag? 8 ledges 3. God damn it. That is horrible. So he is done. Hey, no problem, Scott. All good, man. You're always welcome. We should talk and get together and talk about what figure out when to chat about natives. I'm out in mid January, taking a trip. But I mean, the campaign starts next week, so we should have ample time to chat. I would love to hear sort of what you have planned, and talk about the the yeah, absolutely. I'm off tomorrow, so yes, I will. If I see you on or you see me on, we'll get together and we'll chat on Discord. That'd be great. Thank you, man. So swordsman is in. He finds the thing. The Amazon's gonna go. She's gonna rest up twice to get some chits back. I will take that back. She's gonna hide 2 times. She does, and then she walks in. There, done. We go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the Berserker, I think, goes down to here. Right? He moves to the chapel. Oops, wrong guy. God damn it! He doesn't have the crown. He has the ale. Yeah, the White Knight ends up here in the deep woods. 1, 2, 3, 4. Or no, he doesn't end up there. He goes 1, 2, because that's as far as he can get. And yeah, and the Berserker drops off the ale for a point, and then he moves to deep woods too. And he does get $8 with it. So plus 8, which is 29 bucks. These guys are pretty pathetic as far as money goes. But there you go. So he has delivered the booze. Yep, $8. There you go. And we have a fight. It's the Amazon. So I don't even. She's not even playing this safe. She is just going to do this, right? So she's going to jump this guy, hope to roll a 1 or 4, and if she does, she gets him. This is round 1. So we're not waiting to round 2. So he dodges her and he flops down to there. Does he flip? That's actually more important. No. Okay. So I think we are indeed going to lure one of these goblins with the wolf just to give her a better chance. We're going to drag these 2 onto her sheet. The other 2 are on her sheet. She's going to aim at the top one. Done. She's going to play this M4. That was round 1 and nothing happened. So she's actually going to play an M3 to hit if this guy flips. That's largely it. So a 1 or a 4 is going to get her a hit. No, she gets a 3. So these 2 swap, which sort of sucks, actually. And then, does the top guy flip? No. Does the bottom guy flip? We would like him to flip. He does not flip. Too bad. So it's a miss either way. Wolf can kill Spear Goblin. Absolutely. Absolutely can. Does this guy line up? We're hoping he doesn't, but he does, and he's going to kill the wolf, is what happens. And so he kills the wolf. So the wolf has at least done one thing. It's not a stalemate round, so that's so done. So this is the first stalemate round, possibly. We also played a fatigue, so that sucks also. And we shouldn't have played a fatigue. Oh well. Yeah, we're just gonna play. Curse you, Hamlet. Curse you. Curse me. That was a bad play. So we're just gonna let this line up and wait until someone flips. Large is what it comes down to. No. So we're gonna go up and down like that. 3 rolls. No flip. Flip. And flip. So we miss. I blame the drink. Do you? Never blame the drink, sir. Never blame the drink. So we're going to play the M3 to get the undercut, we hope. Try to get one of these guys off our sheet. 4, he's going to line up, so that sucks. No flip. No flip. No flipping. We line up. We go first. This guy is dead. We have to fatigue a fight, which sucks. That's not ideal. We're going to pull that back because we actually don't have a lot of fight chits with our wounds that we took. We don't have a ton of these left. Having said that, we also don't have a ton of time to yeah, we're going to play to kill this guy. So done. We're going to play like this. We're playing to kill this dude. We get a 2, so he goes to the bottom. Does the second box flip? He does not. Does that bottom box flip? He doesn't. And so we're going to undercut him and hit him and kill him and have to fatigue another fight asterisk. And so now I think I'll slow play this for a round. See if I can roll the 1 or 4. No, 6. Nope, wouldn't happen. And a 4, so nothing. So that is the first round where we are going to stalemate. So we're gonna play. We're gonna do it. We're gonna play the big. Darn it! I don't want to play the big fight yet. I want to wait. We can play the big fight. Hope to roll a 1 or 4. Nope, we get a 5, so he drops down 1. Does he flip? 30% chance. He does not flip. We have to fatigue again. Looking for a 1 or a 4. We get a 3. He doesn't flip. This is a stalemate round, and I will let this combat stalemate here if it does, and it does. It's gonna do it, and it does. And so it's stalemates. We kill 2 goblins, and we stalemate on the last one while tiring ourselves right the hell out. But a couple things, but one other thing happens, and that is that we did get the second of our woodwise there, but we have 6 asterisks to rest. I don't love it. Having said that, I do have a plan. I have a plan. I have a plan. You wouldn't think it because of the drink, Scott. It's not my fault you guys are teetotalers. But all right, let's see what we got here. So the Amazon is going to move into the other woods, effectively. So we can move up into these woods. So move to 2. So that's an extra move. Obviously, she will hide. She will rest twice. For the record, a couple beers. I know you did. I'm. Look, everyone's a teetotaler when compared to me. Sorry. That says more about me, unfortunately, than you. a lot more about me. But and I enjoyed our talk, by the way. I love that. That was I felt I felt that I kept you too long, and probably you were exhausted and like dying to get out of there. But but I enjoyed it. I had a good time. I hope you did as well. Beer number 6. No, you're helping me out, Rob. You were buoying my spirits. Not my liver though. My liver is calcifying and sinking. But my spirits are buoyed, and that's all that matters. So we're gonna move up there. We're gonna hide. We're gonna rest twice to get 2 of these done, and then we're gonna move back to the goblin. 2 folks that didn't do attention. Sort of. God, I look. Do we don't have to go over that now because that feels like you cut something deep here. That feels rough. I hear what you're saying, and I don't. I did move to the last woods tile. That is what she's doing. She's moving to the last woods tile first. She's going to move up to here. She's going to move up to here. She's going to collect her woods wise, score that, get the squirrel to bring her supplies to get the rest phases, and then she's going to come down here mostly fully rested and fight these guys. What? No. She's already got one. She's got this one. She's got Maple Woods right here. She's got linden woods, and then she's going to do pine wood. She does not need 4 of them. She just needs 3. Woodwise is any 3 wood styles other than the deep woods. And then you get the squirrel companion. And so she's going to use that squirrel companion immediately, like a Disney princess, to bring her nuts and fruits and rest, and then come back down to kill this goblin. Not like a Disney princess, unlike a Disney princess. So that's her day 25. The Berserker's day 25. I think he is going to hide, move. He's currently 2nd in prowess. You could really, if he got super lucky, he could get 22 points. Or if he was really lucky, he could get 29 points. That's not going to happen. He's going to get, at most, 22 points. Feed the squirrel to her snake. Her snake's dead, unfortunately, which is too bad. But yeah. No, she's going to take that damn squirrel. That is absolutely... Now the thing is, if she uses the squirrel, he can't fight with it, unfortunately. Or do we hide 3 times, go into the dragons, and try to get your 1 shot? Is really the question. I think what we're going to do, we're going to hide twice and move. So hide, move, and move to the dig site. Use the squirrel to get a new snake. I'm going to lure a snake in with my new squirrel. Absolutely. I think the swordsman is going to search twice. Done. He's just going to go for it. He's going to go for that. And the knight is going to go 1, 2, 3. So move to the chapel. Then he's going to search, because remember, he has a book. I'm sorry, not the book. He has a sacred statue. Sacred statue that he can try to get a spell out of. He will score the crone. Done. So it looks like this is actually day 25. So we gotta get a monster roll. Sort of interested in what this is going to be. Is it going to be 1? No, it's a 5. So very safe for the characters today. Swordsman first, 2 loots. I hope I did 2 loots. If I didn't do 2 loots, that was crazy. 2 loots. Just 2 freaking loots. He's just looting the horde twice. He is hoping beyond all hope that we draw something super interesting out of there. But he's going to get the 5th card. The Enchanted Meadow. That is not as interesting as he wants. So he finds the Enchanted Meadow. And don't get me wrong, that True Steel Sword does not suck. And it certainly doesn't suck for him, although, again, Living Sword is better for him. But it is not a treasure. I'm not a big fan of that. So he gets the Enchanted Meadow. Done. That's 1. If it wasn't a cave, I wouldn't mind as much, but it's a cave, so you only get 2 of these, and he gets the amulet. Cancels 1 curse, so that's good, but he is done, and that's all he gets out of there. Done. The knight goes 1, 2, 3. He scores the crone. That gives him a point. He's got 5, and that's his 9th point. He's going to do 1 search, which is going to be a read runes on the book. So read runes on the statue. So let's see if we can read runes on the statue. He does need a 3, 2, or 1. It's a little dicey. No, he's going to get cursed. What is the curse, you might ask? He gets disgust. Fame is worthless. Prowess is worthless. Having said that, at midnight it goes away, so I'm not even going to write it down because it will be gone at the end of the day. That's why I'm doing this. He's just sitting in the order, pounding at that. Now, the only thing I need to look up, and this is sort of a point of interest, is on the last day. Let's say he does not read the statue, the last phase that he has. Do either the crone or the warlock, do either of them care about the sacred statue? Well, but he's got great treasure, so he probably doesn't want to sell it. The sacred statue, the scholar wants it, but nobody else does for 20 bucks. Don't care. Okay. White Knight is done. The Amazon moves up here. She scores woodwise. So there's her 9th point, and it's all cards. She's done nothing but cards, which actually is sort of how she scores. And we get our guy. We're going to immediately use Nuts Galore. She rests twice, by the way. So we'll drag that back. She's going to get nuts and berries and fruits and heal all the rest of her shit back. And then she heads right back in. Does she hide? She does hide. So let's hide her once. Might as well take the free shot if you get it. She does not hide, though, and she runs back in. Done. And the Berserker is going to hide twice and move to the dig site. And he does. And he is there. And nothing appears. Spiders. Done. Okay. Let's fight with the Amazon. Amazon's got one guy to deal with. Not a hard battle at all. First round. She's just looking for the 1 or the 4. She gets a 1 and she'll line right up. So she actually gets, I didn't mark her goblin. So she got 2x gobs for 3 points. So she does get 3 prowess for yesterday. That gives her 13, and then 1 today. So that gives her 14 prowess. Does not quite put her in second place, but she does score Woodwise. Woodwise is done. She gets Explore the Borderland. No, that's fine. So she is done, and that is the fight. And now largely she has to move and do the second half of it and score that. And that is going to be her day 26. She did. I don't think that counts, though. Like, I don't, Did she explore the Borderlands already? No, she did not score. She did not score Explore the Borderlands. She must start over in that case. She can't. Otherwise, you'd have to track every clearing you ever touched, and we're not doing that without a computer. So, I mean, if we had better record keeping of all this, but again, I don't know. No, I think she did probably go through all those, but I don't know that. I don't think that counts. Navigator is the one that I do largely do it for, because if you've already explored a bunch of the paths, you can't re-explore them. So yeah. I don't retrograde those. I'll go through all the streams for you to see if you can get the points. Thanks, Nutmeg. Thank you. Navigator, I do retro, and the reason is because you can't re-explore them. So you've already found them, so you're actually killing them as you go, right? And there's not really that many if you think about it. So yeah, even if you do locate the vault and you found the vault already, you have to at least go back to touch the vault once and to get the point. So what she's going to do is... who is there? Nobody. So it's 1, 2. So she's going to go and she's going to hide, move, and extra move, right? And she'll be with the second group of goblins. Yeah, I don't even know that it's a good roll. That's sort of how I do it because. Berserker's going to hide once, search 3 times, hope to find his thing. Swordsman, search twice, hope to find something of interest that gets him some magic there. And then I think we're going to touch this book 4 times. Day 26, the monster roll is going to be 4 giants and trolls. Damn it. Swordsman will go first just because he knows nothing's coming. And we're going to roll twice. These are 2 loots. And he gets the 4th card. The Eye of the Moon. Now that's good and bad. It sucks a little bit because it means he cannot run from anything anymore. Actually, he can carry it. So that's 1. We gets the top card. That's always exciting. I don't know why, but it is. The Sacred Goddamn Grail. Oh. that's awesome. It's such a mess though. It's so bad. So bad. So let's think about this for the swordsman. So he could keep this, and it's a great treasure. And that's going to give him right now 1.5 points, right? So he actually has a great treasure to his name. Done. And so he's going to do 1.5 for him, 1.5 for the knight. And that's going to put him at 5.5. And it's going to put the knight down to 8.5. So that is the score right now. Something to think about is if he were to sell that grail to the order, he might be able to win both gold and prowess. Although he would lose the great treasure. So it would be a shift of about 1.5 points, maybe in his favor. He would be 2 in prowess, 2 in gold, 0 in great treasure. So he would gain 3 and lose 1.5. So it'd be 1.5 points in his favor. So something to think about. But he only has 2 days to get there. So he would have to... Yeah, he would have to probably duck out today. Yeah. So he is done. She is going to go hide a bunch of times and head to the second gaggle of goblins. And she does. The knight is going to read his book 4 times. That's a fail. That's a curse. That's a curse. That's nothing. Oh, come on, give me one. Done. He learns and awakens the spell. He learns vision. That's going to give our knight a spell. And the curses go away at midnight. That does give him 2 points. So he's going to end up with 10.5 at the moment. So he is done. The Berserker. Maybe. Let's look. Yes, he rolls double 1. So let's check. So curse 1. Wither. Curse 2. Wither. Third curse, maybe? Ashes. So he's good. The Berserker is going to hide once, search 3 times for his treasure. His hide is... he fails. But nothing's going to come. It's giants and trolls. So he needs to discover his dig site. That's 1 fail. 2 fails. Oh, come on. 3 fails. Nope, all good. Thank you. So the Berserker doesn't complete his thing. That's the end of the day. We now have a fight down here, but she is hidden. So she can sort of make that call as to who to swipe. She's going to swipe this guy, of course, and she'll play this chip there with him as the target. She tries to ambush the leader. 1 or a 4 would be nice. He gets a 2. That sucks. A 6 would be nice now. And he flips, and she undercuts him and guts him. And that's the first kill. And now these guys are on her sheet. Gonna go for that one. Yeah, pretty much just like that is how she's gonna play. 1. So they line up very perfectly. First guy does not. Second guy does. Third guy does. So 2 of them flip. So we're going to swap like that and play like that. 3. These 2 flip. That's good. That's good for her, actually. Unless this guy flips. He does not. Second guy, does he flip? No. Third guy, does he flip? No. She undercuts him and kills him. Everyone else misses. That's the second kill. Round 3. She's going to go after that guy. Let's just line up and make this easy. Nope. These are going to flip. Killed 1? Killed 1 what? She killed 2 so far. No? Does the first guy flip? No. Does the second guy flip? No. So she undercuts this guy and kills him. So that's her 3rd kill. Yeah, the spear goblins are great for her if they're not overwhelming her, right? Rolled a 2, so he's down there. Now we've got to worry about stalemating. So that's the first round where she actually has a thing. And so now she's got to make a call, and she's going to play an M3 just to fatigue to make sure she doesn't stalemate. And then he's going to line up. So she's going to fatigue a chit. She will fatigue that. and she kills the goblin. So a couple things happen. She's going to score siege because she lifted the siege. So that's a card point. So once again, she's scoring lots of points. She gets 10 points for the goblins themselves. She kills 4 goblins. So that's 10 prowess, which is going to put her at 24, which puts her in second place. In prowess, and gives her a total of 11. So she guts 4 goblins, and that launches her into the lead. The third thing is she actually gets a thing now. Since she killed the most, effectively, she gets to roll a d6 and gets a trophy. So let's see what the trophies is. I almost hope she gets gold and then just gets 24 gold and just like cleans out. But let's see what she actually gets. 3. She gets a head on a spike. She gets head on a spike. She gains 10 prowess. And she can end clear goblins, combat in a clearing with goblins 3 times. She can just stop it because they're like, oh, don't kill us. But she gets, but more to the point, she gets 10 more prowess. So it's actually worth 20 prowess, bringing her to 34, which unfortunately does not put her ahead. She just falls short of the White Knight. But I'm going to take this card and make it her trophy. So again, it doesn't super matter, but she does get 3 possible goblin. The funny part is if I did that super early, she would actually head all the way back and finish caves. Like if that had somehow happened at the beginning of the game when she still had explore the caves, she could walk through this clearing with impunity pretty much for at least 3 days, holding the goblins at bay. And she can't make, yeah, she's not quite enough gold. She has 10 gold. She can make 15 gold by selling. But that's not going to give her enough to actually take the gold lead either. So she is more than likely done unless I can figure out a way for her to get. Well, I mean, the octopus is ridiculous. So that's her fight. He's done. They're done. What is she going to do on the 27th? I think what I'm going to do on the 27th. Here's what I'm going to do on the 27th. Oh. I have 2 options. One option would be to go into the pine woods and the oak woods. Yeah, that is true. You are right, Nutmeg. Actually, her gold, she is going to be dinged 5 points. I should write that, put that here, because I need to make sure that I remember it. So she's actually minus 5 gold at the end. So let's not even worry about gold. Thank you, by the way. So she is out 5 gold. I either go up here and hope for a 3 and hope that she can kill something like the wolves or the ogres, because that would be 6 points. Or, you know what I mean? Like, she could get just to tip her over the edge. The other option is to go and sit and hide. So, one, two, so to rest. So, let's say she rests. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to hide and go 1, 2, 3, 4 into the mountains and hope to get the bat bounty. Kill a bat, you get a point. I think he is hiding. Search, search, search. That's the Berserker. We're going to draw treasures. Unfortunately, we have done all the things we need to do. He needs to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go to the deep woods. Move, deep woods, done. And he wants to be in a position to potentially get a troll the last day. So, day 27. We got a 6. We got bats. Ooh, very interesting. Paper football. Very clever. The swordsman will go. He's going to loot 2 times. Oh, wait. No, he has another... time out. I think I have something else for him to do. So let's not do that. Can he make it back in 2? That's my fault. I forgot his plan. Can he make it back in 2 days? If he runs out today, he'll get 4 phases tomorrow. And he could do hide, move. 1, 2, 3, 4. But that's not enough time. He could run out, move, hide, move. And then 1, 2, 3, trade. We're going to do it because it's literally a win. He gets a bunch of points. So he's going to move, hide, move to the dragons, and then move again. That's going to be his thing. So he runs out, he moves. He's got to make this hide. If he doesn't make the hide, though, he can't do it in time. And he blows the 70% chance, guys. You know how many hides he's failed? I think he's failed more than he's succeeded. And he is stuck here with the dragons. And that's going to end his game, pretty much. Oh, God. What would he have drawn out of there if he looted twice? He would have drawn, let's just see, the 3rd card. Let's do it for giggles. He'd have drawn the 3rd card, which would have been a great treasure. And he would have drawn the 3rd card. Let's just do it for giggles. And he would have drawn the Black Book and the Cloven Hoof. And we're just going to put those back. So he would have at least taken great treasures. That wasn't going to be enough, but he would have taken great treasures. Now 1, 2, 3, 4. He can not get there. There's no way to get there. So his game is officially over. This guy's going 1, 2, 3, 4. He moves up to the deep woods. The Amazon is going 1, 2, 3, 4. I think she wants to be hidden once, and she is. And then a bat comes. And then the Berserker is going to hide. And he does. And he's going to search 3 times. He needs a 1 or a 4. 1, that's a fail. 2 is a fail. Geez, he's rolling great. And 3 is a fail. So he doesn't get the dig site. And he is done. She's fighting the bat. It's bat time. She cannot use the squirrel. The squirrel has already exhausted itself, but she is sitting there with the bat. She is going to do an attack round one, but she is not going to hide and wait till round two because she doesn't want this combat to stalemate. She wants to get this bat. So round one, the bat is not targeting her. 3, and it misses. Oh, she misses, I should say. Done. It doesn't flip. So now she's going to play like this. And this thing's going to hit the shit out of her, but it is what it is. I mean, she has some armor. She'll take the hits. If it flips, she will stop taking auto hits. So we'll see how this goes. So round 2. The bat's on her sheet now. The bat slides down to there. Does it flip? This would be good. It does. Ooh, actually, strangely enough, that's bad. That's okay. We'll live. The bat misses. She misses. The combat stalemates. Did I want it to stalemate? I don't. So I'd have had to have played this, right? And thus, there you go. So I'm going to drag that out, drag that back in. Done. Then I'll slow play it for a round. 4. It's going to line up. It's not going to flip. It's going to hit me first, damage this shield, and do a wound. And then we kill the bat. So that's 3 points. Ooh, brings her to 37 prowess. That's going to tie her with the knight. The knight's going to drop to 10 points. She's going to go to 11.5, but she's also going to score a card, which is going to bring her to 12.5 points because she's going to score Bad Bounty. So that's going to give her 12.5. And that's where I think she sort of stops because I don't think there's a better play at that point. And that's without a bow. I do love the bow is on, by the way. That's a fun character. But yeah, I think at this point, I think she ducks out. At the most, she goes here and hides to see if there's anything there. But I don't know that she wants to fight again. So I think she goes 1, 2, 3, 4, and just sits. So I think her and this guy has to run. So he runs to there. Done. So to be honest, I think she's going to retire, quote unquote. So we're just going to move her off. I think he is going to hide and search. I think he's done. I'm not super concerned. Did I even write his move? No. So I think we're gonna sort of, not worry about his move either. He's sort of done. And I think the knight is going to head into the caves. He's going to hide and move into the cavern. Just to see if he can get trolls. So we really have 2 characters that sort of matter this last day because they're still sort of acting to sort of scrounge points. We do get 6 and 1. So we're going to put all the dragons away. And we're going to bring that bat back that we just killed. But yeah, she doesn't want to get rando tossed by, something stupid, right? And Pete Moss whiskey, 100%. So we'll just call him hidden. Yeah, she goes 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever, right? She's out. The Berserker is going to hide. And he does, and he searches 3 times to try to find this dig site. 1, no, it's a fail. 2's a success. So there you go. So the Berserker will at least score the dig. That's his 5th card. I didn't give him the ale, by the way. So 5th card. That does give him 7 points. So that's good. And he does get a treasure. It's a large treasure. No, a small treasure. Darn. That's too bad. Okay. A big old no. It's a small treasure. A phantom glass. Oh, and he gets an extra search phase. Son of a bitch. I forgot that. Well, he would get 2 phases, but I don't know that, right? Might have helped him, actually. Don't know if there would be a lot more to do, but he was done. He's going in, but there's no monsters. 1 in 6 doesn't give him anything. Howl is nothing, and Bones is nothing, and so we're going to end right there. So, I think the scores are pretty much where they're at. The Swordsman, 5.5. The Berserker, 7. Not super thrilled with where they ended up. I didn't think the Berserker had a bad game. The Berserker just got hung up here. Right? I mean, he ended up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days at the end. That's a whole week. He literally missed a week. And then, frankly, to some degree, so did this guy. It's just harder to see. He was sitting in the Borderlands hiding and just getting his ass beat by dragons for probably 8+ days. Like he just got totally messed up. So yeah, it makes sense that those two sort of got jacked up a little bit. The Knight and the Amazon have good games. They typically do. Where is my giant scorecard? So there's my big ol' scorecard. And so here I would put the Amazon and, oops, no tabs. So who moves on? The Amazon and the White Knight move on to round 2. Yeah, every so often, just a mess, right? You just can't quite get there. And that's sort of what happened. I'm very interested in the Magician, Pilgrim, Wizard, and Woods Girl game. That sounds like an interesting game. A lot of stupid magic floating around that game. And then the Woods Girl. So the Amazon Knight, Dwarf, and Witch King, that's a pretty big, heavy-hitting crew there in terms of their scores. We'll see how the Magician, Pilgrim, Wizard, and Woods Girl go. And the Black Knight, Druid, Elf, and Witch are pretty cool, too. Those all have a possibility to score pretty high. So, I am going to... do you mind? I'm going to get... I don't know if you guys are willing to hang out at all. I am certainly willing to hang out a little bit. And, maybe even set up the next game. Or, Rob, if you want to see your... we can talk about your roof collapses. Since you asked about that. We could certainly explore that a bit. So, why don't you give me 4 minutes? I will get... let's see. I had the Nelson. I have some Angel's Envy. and some Maker's Mark. Now, I'm not a giant Maker's Mark guy, but yeah. So yeah, let's talk about that. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm gonna hit the restroom and get something to drink. All right. Good night, Raven. Got my dad's Maker. Oh, there you go, Makers. Yeah, I got a bottle of Makers for Christmas. It is not something I typically drink, but it's not bad. So let me load up a. So Rob asked a question about roof collapses. Like, how does roof collapses play? Let me find my start, which I never can nowadays. That's a little disturbing. I am ready to go, is what it's called. Thank you. So there's my blank. Let's get someone who would cast roof collapses. And we don't really need anything. We just need a character. So who can cast roof collapse? Well, the Witch King could. He could. He would die if he did, though, so he's not going to. So the Witch King can't cast roof collapse, by the way. We'll see why in a minute. So let's put him there. Let's take the Wizard. No, this one, no. Some of them you do, right? Let me put the Sorcerer over here and the Wizard here. All right. Let's find Roof Collapse as a spell. The Witch? No, it's a type 4, so you would need a type 4 to cast it. The Magician maybe, but no, but you can't, but he can't cast it by default. He can't make color. So I would never take it as the Magician because you're not. Now, you could do it if you had enchanted, but the Magician can't enchant either. So that's a rough haul, right? So let's see, what would we be fighting where we might cast Roof Collapse? I feel Roof Collapse is tricky, to be honest with you. There's not a lot. There's not a ton of stuff that I would be fighting where I'd be casting Roof Collapse. But let's see. What might we be fighting? I mean, you certainly could fight goblins. Well, let's do goblins. Let's say there's 12 goblins on the board. Sure. One, two, three, four, five, six, and then one, two, three, four, five, six. Sure. Why not? Now, this is a bad fight. But we could also pretend that the sorcerer also has. I mean, this, we can do this, but again, this is the problem is, let's pretend we have meld into mist, because otherwise this is a mess. Otherwise, you're dead at the end of that round, right? So this would already have been cast. If we were to actually do this, then this would have already been cast. Meld into Mist already exists. We have some purple. We have to have at least 2 purple to even get this done. But let's cast like this. Let's say we're hidden, right? We can dodge. We absolutely can dodge it, 100%. So let's say that we are hidden in a round, and so no one's on our sheet. And so we're going to play. We're going to play like this. Now, mathematically, how would you do this? So you have a 1/3 chance of killing. So you're going to kill 1 box. If you literally would do this, you're going to kill 1 box. So let's say that you were hidden, right? So that's what you are. You are hidden this first round, so nothing's on your sheet. Let's just say for giggles that we're going to put 1, 6, and 6. I don't know how we would actually play it. You could play it 1, 1, and 10, right? You know what I mean? But 1, 5, and 6, right? I think no matter what you do, your average is 4 goblins killed. So if you do 1, 1, and 10, you have a 1/3 chance of killing 10. So 3.333 and a third. And a quarter and a quarter. That's terrible numbers and I'm sorry, a 1/3 chance of killing 1 and 1. So that's a third and a third. So 3 and a third. Yeah, 4. You're going to kill 4. On average, you kill 4 goblins. You kill a third of them. That's just how it works. So anyway, let's. So to cast, I need to fatigue, obviously, and then cast, right? And I do because no one's on my sheet. Great. Oops. So once I cast, that's fine. But I also need to play. So casting is done, essentially. Now keep, because this isn't quite like Fiery Blast, but it sort of is. Now everyone's going to get an H4 smash. So you're going to play not here. You're going to play this, right? You're going to play not this box. Because if you play this box, you die. If you can't play a 4 move or faster, you die. The Witch King, for instance, cannot cast Roof Collapses because he cannot play a 4 move. He's dead if he casts Roof Collapses. Same thing with all the attacks. If he cannot play it, everyone in the clearing is attacked by a smash attack in a cave clearing. So now everyone's attacked by smash H4. I'm just going to put this here just to make sure I remember. We roll. I rolled a 3. This box switches with this box. We can flip anyone you want to flip. Actually, these guys, it's important. Actually, for these guys, it's actually important. If the second box flips, they're going to die. The first box doesn't flip. The second box doesn't flip. Darn it. That's too bad. The third box flips. Doesn't matter. If this box flips, oh, that's a coup. Because H4 is going to hit both of these boxes and kill everybody but one guy, which would be amazing. But if they don't flip, then obviously you don't hit them because you don't undercut them, right? So yeah, any attack spell you have to cast, but then also plays in the melee step. You have to play it in the melee step. Yeah, could be really cool. Could be really cool. Not a high percentage play, though. And the problem is, because it's only heavy damage, so the big problem with dragons, so let's go to dragons. The little ones, that is. You're not auto-hitting any of them. Right? I mean, that's the issue. The issue is, what can I auto-hit? And the answer is, not much. So the problem with roof collapses is, in most fights, it's a 1/3 chance of killing something. Now, if you got the 2 flyers, which you're never going to get in caves, by the way, so you can just ignore these guys. They're gone. But let's say you have this. That's all fine and good. If you have this fight, well, you're going to kill one guy. Done. You're killing him. You're killing one guy for sure. But if you just have this fight, you have a 1/3 chance of killing this guy. That's it. So I don't know what to tell you. It's a spell that I rarely take. I'm sure you could use it, but there's almost nothing on the board which is heavy and then also has a move of 5. These guys do. Ogres do. They're medium and they have a move of 5. So spear goblins do. Medium and a move of 5. This guy can have a move of 5. So goblins it's good against. It's great against the dwarf. It's great PvP. It's one of those spells that I feel was generally made for PvP. More than anything else. They can't kill the tremendous serpent. It's good against goblins if you can get lucky. It's fine against all the heavy stuff, but you're only going to go do so much. It's great against the dwarf. That's literally why I feel it's in the game. Because if he uses his duck, it's going to crush his helmet and give him a wound, if not kill him. And so if you have any... If you and a buddy are teaming up on the dwarf, that's why you play that spell. So the funny thing is, and this is a good thing because an interesting point. Not that anyone wants to hear me talk about Magic Realm philosophy, but I was thinking about this the other day because a lot of folks are like, "Well, you don't play PvP, so thus you don't understand the entirety of the game and how wonderful." And I go, "No, here's the thing. I get it. I understand that some characters are made for PvP and some characters are made to dink with other players." And so on. And some characters are made to team up, and I sort of get that. Ignore me even playing solo. What I don't like about that is let me see if I can explain this in a way that it makes sense to anyone but my brain, my tortured brain, which thinks about this too often. Dink and putts around. What I don't love about the philosophy of, hey, we made a bunch of stuff in this game for PvP also, and if you don't use it like that, then you're missing out, is I feel that there are some games that are designed around the PvP experience and make that work. So, for instance, Eclipse, the board game, Arcs, the board game, Root, like Dune, like those games are designed to make the characters, to push the characters together, to make them fight, and to make the outcomes of those fights not so bad that a loss of a fight with another player puts you out of the game or puts you out of the running for the game. I almost argue that, so there are games where PvP is baked into the rules, and there are games like Magic Realm where they're not baked into the rules. It's part of the meta game. So my problem with PvP in Magic Realm is PvP in Magic Realm largely comes down to who's willing to be the bigger dick to the other players at the table. Because it's not inherent in Magic Realm that we necessarily are PvPing. It's largely, are you willing to go out of your way to come after me in PvP, even at the detriment of your own self, just to make sure I can't win or I can't do well? And it's a little bit more of just a, am I willing to betray you and face your ire? And hey, but it's all PvP, right? And you go, ah. So I think that's the problem with PvP in Magic Realm. I feel that the people that like PvP in Magic Realm are the people that sort of love that dynamic where they go, like, right? You and the Berserker. You're the elf and the Berserker, and you're in, and the dragon's there, and you're like, yes, we can do this, and we can finally get past this thing and get to the treasure. But then he targets you instead of, because you had to target first, and he targets you instead of the dragon, and he's like, haha, gotcha. And I hate that. I hate that dynamic. I hate that dynamic at the table. A lot of it comes, I think, from the fact that I love sort of tabletop games. Now, I get it. You can play a game and understand that there's PvP and that the betrayal is a thing. But largely what I'm doing, I'm not thinking the Berserker betrayed me. You betrayed me. And next game, I know you're going to betray me again. And I don't want to play. And that makes me behave differently, if that makes any sense. And that's the meta. That's not the game. That's the meta. In Eclipse, we're all going to fight. That's how the game works. If we're playing Twilight Imperium, we're all going to fight. That's how the game works. Magic Realm, yes, we could say, well, we're just all going to fight, and you go, okay, fine, then I have to avoid you. But otherwise, it largely comes down to, yeah, we're good until you pull the knife. And then we go, well, okay, you pulled the knife, and you're like, well, but it's in the rules, I can pull the knife. And we all go, yeah, but why would we hang out with you? You know what I mean? So I think I just don't. I totally understand it, and some people totally love it. Some groups love that, right? They love that story. Remember when Jim, like, just totally backstabbed you right with the demon there and blah blah blah, but then got killed by Power of the Pit? Yeah, I remember that. That was great. I don't love that. I think some of it comes down to I spend a lot of my thought and energy with tabletop games, and there's a lot of people in tabletop games, especially when you're playing with total strangers, who have a very weird vibe. And the vibe is that they sort of want to get one over on you, or they want to win, or vaguely be better than you. Now I GM, so I don't usually get the brunt of that, but I see it at the table. I see the dynamic at the table. There's this weird version of player that wants to win. They're playing a role playing game. You're theoretically a team, and yet they'll be the one that hangs back and, doesn't take the risk to save you. Or they'll be the one that shoots into melee, even though the game rules tell them they have a chance to hit you. They'll be the ones that throw the grenade into the room, even though you're in the blast radius. That kind of thing. And yeah, right. It's a sport competition outlet, and it's a vibe. You go, look, here's the thing. Yeah, you could be that guy, but no one would travel with you. We would hate you. We would gut you on the side of the road, or at the best we would leave you, in tied up to a tree and walk away from you. At worst, we would just kill you. And so largely my take is, if I know that you are going to ultimately betray me in Magic Realm, why aren't I trying to kill you day one? And then the game devolves a little bit. And so it's not my vibe. If the game is meant for it and has sort of inherent to the rules ways that players aren't eliminated or can recover, or right, and I get it, you can always start over in Magic Realm and just make a new character, but if it's day 20 and I betray you, there's no real starting over. I'm quitting and going and playing Mario Kart on the Switch, and muttering under my breath because you killed me, because you were willing to be the jerk, kind of thing. And I just don't love it. I don't love it. It's not my gig. I can't quite get over it. And a table that's totally down with it, there are those folks, and I get it, and I'm okay with that. But most of the tables that I play with aren't that. So anyway, that's my rant on that. Having said that, my point was, roof collapses is mainly meant for that situation. Having said that, super useful against a ton of goblins. Yes, I'm saying that it is a very good PvP spell, like I said, against the dwarf. Having said that, it's also great against goblins, except for the axe goblins. Not great against the axe goblins. The axe goblins, not great, but the spear goblins, when they flip, and the sword goblins, when they flip, it's really good against. The problem is, are you going to live long enough to see them flip to then get them with that spell? And the answer is no, probably not. Now, here's the funny part. There are actually rules in the game where monsters start on their dark side. There's an optional rule, the perilous realm or whatever, where monsters start on their dark side. Doesn't matter if you alerted. That doesn't matter, Rob. Nope. No. Stop. That's not the case. That spell does not become that spell does not become an H0. That spell does not. That's not Fiery Blast. You are being confused with Fiery Blast. Fiery Blast is an attack spell. Nope, that's not how that works. The only spells that work like that are Power of the Pit, I suppose, if you have to hit. If you're playing the 2-hit rules with Power of the Pit. Power of the Pit, Drain Life, right? Fiery Blast, Stones Fly. Roof Collapses literally tells you what it does. Everyone in the clearing is subject to an H4 smash attack. Done. It would say H smash attack if it meant that your time on the chit mattered. It doesn't matter. As long as you can cast it, as long as you can cast the spell, it will be an H4 attack. So no, it will not hit everyone if it's a 0. That's not the case. You couldn't do that anyway. If you cast it, you'd hit yourself every time. Fiery Blast hits everyone in the clearing that you want. You can choose any target. And of course, Stones flies up to 4 targets, and they will hit at your speed. Roof Collapses tells you what it does. If the spell goes off, everyone in the clearing is attacked with a H4, including hidden people. You do not have to I don't believe you have to target them. It is not a targeted thing. It is everyone in clearing is subject to H4. But I'd have to look that up and make sure. But I'm pretty sure it's everybody. So all you need to cast it is to cast it, to be able to have the fast enough, a magic chit faster than or equal to every move on your sheet. And then you need to play a move that's a 4, not in the duck box, because you will get, or whatever. Don't play up here. Play here. Like this will die. You will die here. Right? Because it's going to... I'm sorry. I put it down here. That's my fault. This is thrust. I actually confused thrust and smash. Smash is up here. Doesn't really matter, but yes, you know what I mean. This box. Don't play the smash box. You will die. And then there's another one. There's the wind one. The storm. Same thing. Ice storm. Same spell, really. It's faster. But again, my problem with Ice Storm is what it can kill. Think about what can Ice Storm kill in the mountains. Bats, maybe. Maybe spiders, heavy spiders. I think Ice Storm might be good against heavy spiders. Let's take a look. What are heavy spiders looking like? Are they 3s? Yeah, they're 3s, unless they flip. So there's a lot of things that just have to flip. And then you could use this against them. But you can't do armored things. Armored things are too big. You can't do tremendous things because it's L star star. So you're literally talking spiders or bats, but you have to hit the bats. The bats aren't going to be auto hit by a 3. So you're only going to get them on a 1 in 3 chance. No dragons will die to Ice Storm. No tremendous creatures. So again, I would argue, very simply, it is a PvP spell, really. Everyone in the clearing is subject to an L3 swing attack. I thought Ice Storm was a base game. Let me look. I need more of this. I need more game. We need more shit in this game, is what we need. Blazing Light, Fiery Blast, Lightning Bolt, Roof Collapse. No, there is no. Ice Storm is from, I think, one of the expansions. Someone wrote that. And don't get me wrong, I do think one of my issues and one of my particular blasphemies against Magic Realm purists. If here you go. Here's my other rant. One of my problems where I diverge from many of the folks that play Magic Realm on, say, Board Game Geek or whatever, is that I always err on the side of opening things up. Like I look at some of the spells and go, why would I ever? I mean, yeah, I can cast that to get a phase. Why would I cast a day spell to get one phase the next day? And I get it. That one phase might be awesome that one day. But I feel that obviously the cost of that one phase on one day is at least two rest phases potentially and a spell X and a spell phase. Like I'm getting one phase to spend three or four phases is not cool. So one, two, yeah, you would spend. So I'm all for opening things up, right? Make the spell better, make it last longer. And again, very much not a purist. Like I think these are weak. They have specific uses, but they're sort of weak. I could see taking roof collapses and heading into the caves maybe and hoping, in some weird hybrid build where you take blazing light and roof collapses and don't take melt into mist and then you enchant every cave to purple and hope to go in there and be the cave guy, right? I could sort of see that. Um, yeah, I don't know that it optimizes it. I just think it doesn't optimize it per se. It makes it tailors it more to my like what I want to do. Like like I like having the scoreboard, right? I like that sort of weird race kind of thing. I like that. I like the feeling of the decathlon where you see after every event their scores tally up and you go, "Ooh, we got these two guys are collect." I love that kind of thing, right? And that's sort of what I'm shooting for. I'm shooting for, and I want the scores to be, "Ooh, bam, he's right. He got more gold, so now he takes a point from you, and now he's in the lead." That kind of thing. Um, like I love that, and so that's sort of where this all came from. Whereas again, and I'm not, and I do think, unfortunately, and this is something to think about, some of the characters suffer under these rule sets a little bit. The Berserker, I think, suffers a little bit because he had a strategy that didn't involve him running around the map, whereas the Amazon doesn't suffer. I think the Sorcerer suffers a tiny bit because what the Sorcerer really wants to do is nuke the rogues on day one. And I mean, it's and nuke all the goblins, but nuke the rogues on day one. And and again, that's where all the that's where a lot of the optional rules that Hamlin came up with, like the watchful natives, that's was the whole point of them, was because favorite class is the ranger or fighter in Dungeons and Dragons. Well, I think you would definitely be partial to the Amazon potentially or the Woods Girl in Magic Realm because they play the Woods Girl is the preeminent ambush archer in the game, and the Amazon is sort of that. I'm gonna say woodsy. She's not woodsy per se, but the Pathfinder character with the Witch King. So the Witch King is rough, right? The Witch King always has the problem. He cannot carry things. You're absolutely correct. Now, mind you, he can carry things a little bit for short distances because of Melt into Mist. Because all your gear comes with you with Melt into Mist, and he can move T4. So the Witch King can indeed carry anything he wants to carry as long as he is willing to melt into mist. And the thing the Witch King has going for him is, well, he's got a ton of, he's got potentially how many purples? He can have 3 of these. So he can go 3 days at a time, move past all the monsters. So what I would do with the Witch King is, if you have the Horde or something and you loot it. Now the problem with the Witch King isn't that he can't carry stuff, strangely enough. It's that finding things is hard. Once you've discovered a site, which is easy, you need to roll a 3 to get the top treasure. A 3. So you have a 1, a 4, a 9. You have a 25% chance every roll to get the top treasure on the board because you have to roll a 3. Oh, no. You have to roll a 3 specifically. It's not a 3, 2, or 1. Right? What's, let me look real quick. What is Magic Sight? Yeah, it's just a 3. So it's not even that. It's 1, 3, 5 in 36 chance. You have a 5 in 36 chance. So less than 1 in 6 chance every roll to get a treasure. You'll get the top treasure, so it's going to be something interesting. So yeah, but it's a 14%. Thank you. It is less than 1/6. The problem is, and I'll tell you what the other problem is. So, and I don't, let me look real quick. How many cards are in this deck? The other problem is there's 23 large treasures, right? So there's in the deck that is dealt, there are 29 cards. 6 of them are treasures within treasures. So when you're drawing the top treasure, you have about a 1/6 chance of getting one of these things, which doesn't give you anything. So your 14% chance, cut that in. Now, some of them might be great, like the Remains of the Thief. Sucks a little bit for the Witch King. But like the Toadstool Circle, the Enchanted Metal, like he's not gonna. Yeah, he can't use the weapons. The horses I'd have to actually look up and think about what. But he can use the horses. The horses are actually be good for him. He could. Yeah, they can carry stuff. So the problem with the Witch King is simply that getting treasure is actually a little bit of a disaster. The good thing with the Witch King is spells he can typically get, but type 4, 5, and 6, where do you get type 4, 5, and 6s? They're not here. You have to find items. Now, you can get type 5s, of course. Type 5s are right here. You have to find items. And to find items, you have to look at the damn. To find the items, you have to find them. And you're typically drawing the top treasure, which is usually a large treasure. I think there's an anti-synergy there, a little bit. So yes, the Witch King often focuses on killing things. He focuses on getting spells when he can, for sure. But again, that's non-trivial sometimes to do. Yeah, scroll. I mean, he has good options here: Scroll of Alchemy, Book of Lore, Black Book. You just have to find those things, and Magic Sight is not easy to find those things. It's not ideal for finding that stuff. Which, and again, Drain Life is super overpowered for the Witch King because he has a 5/2, a type 5 2 speed chit, which no one else has. Like the Witch, I never take Drain Life. Why? Because her speeds are so slow. Like she's a black magic caster, but she is so slow at it. That it almost doesn't make it. It almost doesn't make it worth it. I mean, I don't know. Yes, no, maybe. I don't really. I don't know. I don't know that it should. I think you're right in the sense that it is indeed slightly more powerful than everything else in the game that can do that. So, for instance, you have the White Knight who can attack at T3. That's not that much different if you think about it. Um, so you think about the Witch King versus the White Knight. That's the comparison I always make in my head because I think of Drain Life and go, well, that's overpowered. I go, well, is it though? Because here's the thing: the Witch King has no armor, cannot be hit ever, and he dies instantly. Like if anyone attacks him and he's still on the board, he's dead. He can't move, and he doesn't have a defense. He has no like his vulnerability is you're dead. It's like tough luck, buddy. He's light. I mean, okay, he's light. He's not that bad, but he's light. So almost every creature kills him instantly. The White Knight can attack a T3. He can go T and 3. Done. All he has to do is ready his weapon. The the Witch King can go T2, but he has to have black magic. So that's one category. So he has to keep that spell readied, which is non-trivial. You have to do it. The and if you take that, then you're like, well, keep in mind that that means animate takes one chit away. Broomstick's going to take chits away. Like everything else you can do with black magic takes chits away from because you can only cast it twice max. You need a colored chit and a chit, right? So it's a glass cannon. He gets his one shot. So he is the tremendous killer. I can kill any tremendous thing on the board. Done. One with a shot. Once that tremendous thing has buddies, I'm done. Right. And the Berserker, I mean, has less of that going on, of course. And the Dwarf has a little less of that. The Dwarf has his defensive options. So I think those characters all have their options. And I do think that the Witch King can be better than them with that particular spell, which is not, of course, in the base game. In the base game, the Witch King had to Fiery Blast everybody like everybody else, and then duck out of dodge with Melt into Mist. Um, so I like Drain Life. I agree that it feels a little cheap, and yet I don't sit there and go, well, he's racking up 100 prowess every game, because the funny part is you can go rack up 100 prowess, you're going to score 2 points or 3 if I give you the bonus point, which I'm vaguely settled on, giving the bonus point for a high score in a thing. You get 3 points, big deal. Okay, no, it's all good. I mean, I worry about it a little bit as well, so I don't so I think it makes sense to question it a little bit. Um, I didn't even make that spell. That spell's in the expansion one. Uh, Robin. Who the hell did it? I'd have to go look that up. But yeah, but that's a spell I copied out of that expansion to put it in. I compiled all those spells, added a couple, but yeah. So ditched a couple that I thought were absolutely not didn't have much point. I'm always looking for more, by the way. There are spells I've written that I've never taken. Think about that for a minute. Um, and one problem is there are optimal, you know, there are optimal bits, right? There, like I think the wizard with the flaming sword and sleep is fairly optimal. Like I don't know that there's a real better choice than that for the wizard. Um, yeah, well, I mean, there's Super Realm, which I don't play because I'm sort of intimidated by it. It's gigantic. Um, but yes, then there's the expansion, the unofficial expansion, which is adds a bunch of tiles. But yes, and that's all cool. I don't hate it. I love that sort of vibe. Again, I think I have a weird. So again, I have a weird take on this, and this is the thing. And I've had this discussion a little bit, talking with folks, talking about say dragons. And when I bitch about the victory conditions, people are like, well, but but it's all about the blah blah blah, the story and the journey and so on and so forth. And I go, yeah, I'm intimidated. It's interesting to me because there's a lot of folks that go at Magic Realm and go, well, but it's a game about an emergent story. And whereas I do agree with them that there's a game about an emergent story there, I go, but there's still flipping points, and you still are trying to. It's more of a. I look at it more of a sporting event with a fantasy twist than a novelization of a game, or well, I shouldn't say that, a gamization of a novel, or a war gamization of a tabletop campaign. So when I look at like the victory conditions and go, man, I wish these were more interesting. Yes, it's Fantasy Olympics. Have you ever played? I don't know how old Nutmeg. I don't know how old you are, Rob. I don't know how. I just vaguely know how old you are. Um, Anyone else own a Atari 2600? Did anyone else play the Decathlon by Activision? Best game ever for first off. Let's understand. Aside from the goddamn damage it did to your joystick as you were sitting there doing this, trying to flip it back and forth as fast as possible to sprint. Um, that's what I'm trying to get with Magic Realm games. That sort of vibe, but with a fantasy, right? But you know, but with a fantasy trapping. And I'm not going to say I'm not playing it for the story, but I'm not playing it for the same kinds of stories that I'm playing Dungeons and Dragons for. I'm not really thinking of the White Knight traveling across the valley with his sword across his back and the damsel on the back of his majestic warhorse as they ride into the sunset. I am thinking about, I mean, in modern terms, an arena shooter more than anything else. Like I'm thinking about the White Knight has a certain set of powers, and he's good at these things, and he's bad at these things, and that makes him interesting because that means he's going to have to score differently than the Amazon scores, if that makes any sense. And the Amazon is good at these things and bad at these things, and the board's going to change, and holy shit, the board just changed, and now the swordsman has a shot. That's the story I'm looking for. And I think folks approach Dragons Down and Magic Realm more like the other thing and go, yeah, right. Whereas I go, no, I'm gonna play my tabletop game for that shit, and for this other, like if I want the teary, right? Am I like I mean, no, yeah, I'm not even being sarcastic. What I'm saying is, like, I'm not playing Magic Realm or Dragons Down for the role-playing game story. I'm playing Dragons Down and Magic Realm to have a sports story, the same way I would watch a baseball game. Like, these characters are good at these things and bad at these things, and this is the situation they've been dealt. And it's the bottom of the ninth, and there's two on and two out, and you're going to bring your lefty in to pitch to the righty. That's what I'm playing Magic Realm for. And that's why I bitch about the victory conditions in the base game, because it doesn't do that well for me. And the same thing with Dragons Down. Like, that's why I like. There's, that's sort of where I'm at. And I mean, and so that drives sort of all these little widgets and so on, is to try to make that the story. It's the last week and I need to score 3 points, and how do I do that? And it has nothing to do with my armor and my sword and my blood. That's all just part of the statistics of, how that happens, and so on. Very nice. The Angel's Envy is okay. But it is just a puppy. 30. Where, how condescending we are. But I like your fantasy Olympics. That's sort of where I'm at, Nutmeg. Like, that's what I want out of this. And I do want to get Dragons Down to that point. I got to sit down and figure out how to do all that stuff. But I got to make a bunch of components, and it's a lot of cards again, and sort of figure all that out. And it's a lot of work. And I'm lazy. And I have games. But yeah, I gotta figure all that out. So yeah. No, it's good. This literally is one of the board game that has always struck me as being, like, I say it is my favorite board game. It is the most perfect board game for what it does. But having said that, obviously not perfect enough, because I felt I had to putz with it to get it to this state. But now it is the perfect board game for me, in my mind. Ooh, Rambling Rats or Knights randomly walking through the terrain. Yes. So I always thought of something like that. The other thing I always thought would be cool. I always thought. So here, let me just get a map. Just any map. I like that idea. I appreciate it. Um, I need about 400 and some more of you, Rob, to get to 1,000, and then you can watch stupid ads on the channel. And I can make 38 cents every couple months, and it'd be great. So one thing I always thought would be fun would be that, but I'm not. But again, it's just one of those. The problem is, the more that you diverge, the more I always worry and I'm talking about me, not you specifically. I'm talking. The more I diverge, the more I worry that I'm sort of losing the thread a little bit, right? I always thought it'd be neat to have, like, an event which then put an extra tile out somewhere, right? Or like Shelob's Lair kind of thing, where, oh, you found this really crazy place with blah, blah, blah. And the one thing about Magic Realm, which bums me out a little bit, is that there's no good way, and Dragons Down does do this, there's no good way, there's no mechanic for tests outside of the things it tests for. In other words, you cannot test the might of the Berserker, you cannot test the wit of the Witch King, or the cunning of the Sorcerer. And don't get me wrong, there's certainly possibility for grave failure there, because games that do that, like Skyrim, Runebound, Fallen Earth, aren't necessarily that fun, really, strangely enough. Like, because Arkham Horror, like if you play those games, they're essentially go to a place, make a skill test based on your numbers, succeed and read this part of the card, or fail and read this other part of the card. And frankly, Fallout, the board game, by the way, just thought of it. It's not that fun. I mean, you think it would be. Like, I was very excited about Skyrim because of the story thing, and Fallout, the board game, because it had the story thing with the cards. Oh, you succeeded. Draw card C21. Read that card. Oh, you make a skill test and draw card C40, right? It's like choose your own adventure, but in cards. And the funny part is, that's not that fun. Playing those games, you're like, well, this is fine, but it's not like Skyrim or Fallout or Fallen Earth is necessarily giving me Fallen Land. I think it is, right. Let me make sure. Is giving me necessarily a better vibe than, say, Magic Realm or even Dragon's Down. Yeah, no. I think that'd be great. But I always wonder, like, where can we push this a little more? And I've sort of fallen back to, well, nah, I'm good. I don't think I can do any better than this. If that makes any sense. But adding more stuff is always a good idea. So that means more spells, more encounters, more events to do, I think absolutely work. But yeah, I'm looking, there is that little bit more of, what else can you attach to that to make it more fantasy-esque or whatever? And the answer is, I don't know that that's, like I said, I think adding more quests and encounters would work, and events. And I think the moving event is cool. The moving thing is sort of neat. With the caveat that then you do add the overhead of having to then move it, if that makes any sense. Remember to move it. How does it move? How do you know where it moves? All that is a little bit of a thing it's just that extra drag on your brain that you'll have to maintain as you do that. But I'm interested to hear sort of how it goes for you. But like, yeah, stuff like the sieges and so on, like left, right, straight, move. Yeah, right. Yeah, no, absolutely. I don't think it's a bad idea. I think it's a good idea. I think it'd be fun to see. And the question is, I always thought, like, I wanted to do more with. So here's the thing. So things like the Inquisition or the King's Soldiers, I've always wanted to do more with, in the sense of, I always wanted to go, well, it's the Inquisition, so this happens and the board changes, and then you have to choose sides and you can PvP, and I go, and that's great, and that would be a good idea. Except for the fact that it would also then take over if it comes up, and that I didn't want to do. I think what you have in mind is fine, right? It's clever. You move stuff and it goes and does the thing. And I don't think that's a bad idea. I think it's a good idea. But yeah, like and so I then fell back and I just said, yep, it's just a set of goals. You can either do it or not do it. If I did do PvP, I would attach it to things like that. But I feel bad in a way, because I think it'd be sexy to have more of a, and I always thought of doing, what do you want to call it? I always thought of doing like a single player, right? You don't play four-handed. You play one guy, doing more Book of Quests kind of thing, where you're playing a dude and you go through and your goal is to make the objective, and then all this stuff happens and you have to decide what to do. And I think we could certainly do that, and I'm thinking about that in Dragon's Down or whatever, or Magic Realm. But doing it in the four-handed game I don't think works, strangely enough. In the four-handed game, big events like that are sweeping and change the board don't actually then meet the criteria for the fantasy baseball game. Right? The fantasy Olympics, as Nutmeg said. I think staying true to that means the events are fairly basic. They set the board up in certain ways and let players score certain ways. Done. And that's sort of where we're at. And I'm okay with that. I think there's a different set of games to be had. I did have the whole book of quests printed out at one point, and then I realized it was just taking up counter space, and I think I tossed it, which is wasteful, but something like that is more of a solo, more story-ish experience, blah, 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 right? So, anyway. I do like Dragon's Down. I do think it has certain things which are very, like you said, less clunky, which are very, faster paced. I agree. I do like the combat in that it has more random to it, but it's not totally random. Like it has more of that. I can auto win this. Magic Realm was very much I auto win this. This is a bad fight. There's this narrow band of interesting fights. Dragon's Down widens that narrow band of interesting fights quite a bit, and I do appreciate that. I don't like it as much. Ultimately, the whole gestalt, I think it does sit below Magic Realm quite a bit. But having said that, it's my second favorite game, I think, of this ilk. I think it does a very good job of being similar to Magic Realm, not being a copy of Magic Realm, but being a homage to Magic Realm, and feeling vaguely like it in many ways while being also original in other ways. And I think that's pretty cool. So I do give Scott a lot of credit for that, because that's a very rough, that is a very difficult thing to have done, actually. Like that's a hard thing to do, and the game's only going to get more. Magic Realm is sort of a dead end, really, in a lot of ways. It is. Yeah. So, are you kidding? What do you mean? What do you, What did I say that I needed to be kidding? Curious. But yeah, like Magic Realm is sort of a dead end in the sense that it is, it's a 40-plus-year-old game that is not getting expanded on. Whereas Dragon's Down is new. That game he came up with totally difficult. I'm sure. No, I think it's amazing. Actually, I think it's incredible. Oh, no, absolutely. Well, I don't know how long it took him, but yes. Oh no, it's a feat. It is an achievement of. Yes, it is an achievement of. It's an amazing. Yes, it is an amazing game. Sort of in the sense, it is almost more amazing that it does fly so close to the sun, because again, I know that his inspiration was Magic Realm, and I think that the danger in trying to emulate Magic Realm, because again, it's not a copy, it's an emulation of that sort of vibe. The danger with trying to emulate Magic Realm is that you fall into the sun, as it were. Yo, I did, yeah. And I don't think that he did. I think he did a very good job of sort of skirting that edge of you feel it. You feel the lineage very acutely, but it doesn't spiral in and just go, well, this is just a shit version of Magic Realm. It's its own thing that obviously was inspired by and tangential to Magic Realm. I think he's done a wonderful job. And I mean, the game, I think, sold pretty well. And I think, and again, he's got his game of the year. I think things are going spiffingly. I hope they're going really well. I don't know exactly. No. I no. Oh God, no. Could I do such a thing? No, I couldn't. I haven't. Nor could I. I think I had one game in me and I spit it out and I'm done. And I've been doing it for 20 plus years now. You know, like I'm not a, right? I get it. There are folks that are game designers and then there's folks like me and I'm just like, I make a game that I want to play and I did it and I'm done and I keep going back to it and I'm out. No, this is an amazing, I think Dragon's Down's a pretty damn cool sort of it's a very beautiful game. No, I gripe about it like anything else because that's sort of unfortunately what I do because I'm a horrible person. I'm a horrible person. But getting a beep here. I want to make sure that none of my children are on fire. And I cannot get Discord to actually start on my phone. But yes, no, I am. I don't know, man. I'm very impressed by that game. So I'm hoping that I'm sort of hoping it gets more and more. You know, I hope it gets bigger, like just more stuff, more bits. Gripes just mean you care. Thank you, Nutmeg. Yes, they do. No, you know, it's just all. It's that. Yeah. It is one of those things. It is a very neat sort of game. I'm actually very impressed. I'm very impressed that it was even possible because every time I've thought about the concept of creating that sort of Magic Realm tangential, the inspired by the ode to, it always sort of spiraled into, well, what would I do that actually makes any difference, right? And I think he sort of managed it, and that's pretty cool. That's pretty smart. So I said I'm pretty impressed by it. All said and done, I am pretty darn impressed by that game. I love the characters and the combinations with those characters, with the race and the class, and I love the combat system. I mean, I think there's a lot of room. Like, if you really wanted to make a game, there's a lot of room to make a cheesy game that doesn't quite work or works and breaks certain ways. I mean, it's not, like I've made a dozen games that sort of don't work, or you know what I mean, or work a little bit. I think Dragon's Down is fairly well put together, more than most of I mean, I think, like, if I look at Magic Realm, I think Magic Realm is a weirdly tight, minus certain ancillary bits. I think where Magic Realm goes wrong is all the stuff where Richard Hamlin thought, I want this to be a fantasy campaign, like Dungeons and Dragons, but in my board game, war game sort of universe. And I think that was what he was tasked with. And so you have things like the visitors, which don't really play a good part, and the campaigns, which don't play a good part. All that stuff that was tacked on and never got fleshed out with expansions. I think that's where Magic Realm sort of vaguely falls down. Um, I think that's sort of where that sort of messes up. If you look at that game, Magic Realm is very very tight for what it does. And I think Dragon's Down is pretty darn tight for what it does also. I don't know. I don't know if Hamlin is dead or not. I thought that he did die at some point. I think like many old smart dudes, he like wandered off into this weird I mean, I don't know this for sure. So hold on, I'm looking him up right now. Oh, I see a Richard Hamlin obituary. But that could be any. I mean, I have no idea. Let's do. No. How about Richard Hamlin, board game designer, born in 45, 1945. Oh, so that. So I don't know. Don't know. Do we need to get a hold of him? Nah, I'm good. I'm good. You know what? If life has taught me anything, it's don't meet your idols. never never meet those guys. They've they've all they've all gotten old and gotten messed up, and you don't want to meet any of them. No, don't do it. Just don't do it. It's fine. It's fine. Don't meet them. You can. I'm sure. No. I'm good. I'm good. I met Gary Gygax. He was he was fine. He wanted nothing to do with me, but he was fine, and that's okay. But he was fine. But you just don't meet him. It's fine. Um, you know, especially when they're old and clunkier. Then yeah, absolutely. So no, I don't know. I don't know. It's good. No, I gotta figure out what I want to talk to Scott about and ask him about this new expansion. And yeah, I gotta figure that out. So I got admonished last time. Last time I interviewed Scott, not by Scott, by the way, but I got a comment saying, "Dude, you're talking too much. You're talking over, and you're laughing at your own jokes. You should do you're not doing a proper interview." And I'm thinking, I didn't reply because my reply would have been, "I don't know what you expected. I'm just some jabroni talking to a guy that I talked to on Discord who wrote a cool game. I'm not an interviewer. It's not going to happen. Like it's just I'm a putz. Like I'm a like dude, right? Well, again, I think all those things that are in the game. There's some things where I go, it's just hard because what do you include, what do you not include in that game, what sort of hits and what takes away from the base experience ultimately. And like I think the one problem that say the natives had. Now I don't know what he's planning to do with natives now. I just had the original natives on the that was on the mod, and I thought it was fine, but it didn't add much because the natives didn't do anything, right? They weren't. Yeah, they could get pissed at you maybe or whatever. Like So that's something to think about. Like what to do with all those natives and how do they add texture to the game, because ultimately you never buy anything off them. You buy stuff off the little chits in the dwellings that are neutral for the most part. So just something, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how the natives play out. And I know he has the extra stuff in there. And I sort of know that he's adding more spits and spells and treasure, like the whole thing. So I'm very excited for what he has to go with. And I really, to be honest, have not sat down and given that game enough time in my head to come up with anything like this that would then sort of solidify it in my, right, make it a force in my head. Like I'll play it every so often and I enjoy it. And the bingo's fine, by the way. And it's fun, but it doesn't have the same appeal as this does to me. And I would love to get it to that level, or at least close, where I'm like, oh, I can play Dragons Down and I have this set up and I know it's getting, and so on, right? Like I need to get it there, and I'm not there yet. And the problem is it took me 30 years to get Magic Realm there. So whew, talk to me in 2050 and we'll see. Really hard to add anything because it's a tight combat system and gameplay. But just one or two things to look at and see how it polishes. And it's a good question, right? I mean, yeah, I don't know. I have to think about it. Seriously, yeah, you might be right. Again, I think Magic Realm is hard to add to. I think there's, it's fairly tight. I think I need uh, some kind of better victory sort of race conditions to sort of get me in there. I don't mind the game. I don't hate the game. I don't hate like I think legend points are fine and fame is fine, but it doesn't quite do for me what I need it to do. And so I need to get something else in there, and I got to figure out what that is. That's all. I 2 month games are good. Yeah, no, no. I do think that the games can be short in the sense that you look at this and go, God damn it, I'm just getting started, and it's day 20. Because the point with Magic Realm is you're absolutely correct. It's such a short game that there's some characters that you go, man, I was just getting interesting, right? But now you need to do that last week rush, and that last week is sort of a rush. You're not playing your game the last week. You're playing the game's playing you the last week. It's like, well, what can I get to in 3 days to do the thing and get back or whatever, right? And I get that. I totally understand that. I agree with it. The main problem that I have is that the 4 week game fits really well into streaming schedule slash videos, and a 2 month game does not. 2 month game is really long on stream in the sense of, yeah, that takes like 5 weeks to get done, or you know what I mean, or 3 sessions or whatever it is. But yeah, I hear you. One month has this weird, like it's super short. It feels so short. You just opened the board up. No, all good, man. 3 player game by yourself. Yeah, absolutely. When I was a teenager, I would play the 16 player game, but it would take me months, and it would just sit on my floor. Oh, it was ridiculous. And I'd only, it was and I would never do that. It's terrible. I couldn't fit all the things on the screen. I don't know where you'd be, but yeah, 1 month keeps it within say 2 streams or four videos or whatever, whereas any more than that is very long. It's just super long. That's like a cricket match, for Christ's sake. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that 16 players adds anything, strangely enough. It was fun when I was a kid. I don't know that it adds that much. The problem with 16 is that it is very crowded and congested. And if you aren't teaming up or not, and if you're fighting, it's even worse. If you're doing PvP, it's even worse because then, the if you're teaming, if you're PvPing, then 16 players means that they're always together. You can't get away, and that's rough. And then if you're not, it just means that there's just so much going on. But yeah, having the team game for whatever 4 teams of 4, but 4 teams of 4 of anything ought to kill most things. Like I don't even know that that's fun, because I don't know if you play that right, you should be able to defeat anything with the correct team. 15 characters following one, that'd be hilarious. And again, I don't see how anyone ever dies ever. Um, all the dangerous shit dies instantly too, because everything's an auto kill to somebody. And if you have that team, let's say you have 4 players on a team, 3 players take the hit, and then the one guy is the auto kill on the thing. You know what I mean? Like, so it's everything's an auto kill to somebody. Playing on teams makes that likely more than anything else. So very interesting. All right. Well, it is what? It is 1 a.m. for me, not so much for you. So how many beers are you in now, Rob? did you get more beer? I'm only 2. I'm like 2 bourbons in, and I'm like, I'm feeling it a tiny bit. 9 beers. Oh, good for you. Oh, that's glorious. That is good. That's good. I'm 2 bourbons in. Now, mind you, they're a little bit. They're. It's more than you would get like poured at a bar, effectively, unless you knew the bartender. But 8 to go. Nice. That's good. No, I don't know, man. It's all good. I got to get the next game set up. We'll do that. Probably throw a Skyrim in or two. But that's the only. I always know my bartender. That is the way. No, man. Whew. Yeah, there was. I remember this one bar. I was just out with one of my old work mates, and we're drinking, and this real bright, cute, perky woman bartender, and man, her pours just got more over the night. Just went just more and more and more. At the end of the night, I'm like, she's trying to kill me. I'm like, she is trying to kill me. That's the only time at a bar where I've been like, you know what? I'm just gonna leave this, and I'm out. Like, I can't drink any more of this. Like, I'm done. Like, I am full, done. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. It is always good that you're here. You are. I appreciate your kind words and comments, and wow, my internet somehow, the only thing my internet is, my browser is dead in the water. The only thing my computer is doing is streaming. Presumably they have a new stop serving when you're loaded. Have a good night. I don't know that I was. I don't know that I was. I don't know that I was reading drunk or loaded, but man, she was trying to kill me. Like she was literally, it was bad. That was definitely I was sitting a long time there. Okay, let me. I need a lot of coffee, guys. Let's not do this. Anyway, oh yes, 100%. I tipped the yeah. Tip. I was gonna say I tipped the hell out of. No, that's not okay. I tipped a lot. But yeah. So I think this is where we'll end this. I will. So obviously it's the 30. It's the what is it? It is the 31st. So it's New Year's Eve tomorrow, and then New Year's. So we're gonna play something over the next 2 days for sure. So we will be on the next couple days. I'm not a big New Year's guy, frankly. Um, so I might be on here New Year's Eve because I'm lame. So I will see you guys later. It is already, yes, it's already New Year's. Absolutely. 2025. We are moving into the most interesting year we've had here in the United States. We'll at least in my lifetime, we will see. So, I will talk to y'all in the next couple days. Thank you very much. Um, we'll get a Magic Realm game started here in soon, and we'll get this third game going to get sort of that first round done and the second round set. We will do that and hopefully get that done sometime over the next week. I'm going to be out mid-January, so that'll be something we'll have to deal with. So, cheers, all of you. Thank you very much, Nutmeg, Rob, Scott. Thanks for hanging out. Did anyone else visit? Oh, Raven, of course. Michael. And I think that's about it, though. It's quiet night tonight. I'm okay with that. No, we give him 2 spells. Remember, Rob, 2 spells. That's what we give the pilgrim. I will talk to you later. Thank you all, and good night.